Hello, Pauls. Uwe. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Right Now. Welcome to December the 29th. You are watching twitch.tv/Sean Moore. I am twitch.tv/Sean Moore, and you are here. How's everyone doing? Have you had a nice, The boy is here. The boy is coming. The boy is here. Hello, everyone. Let's raise a glass to merry old Saint Christopher and welcome in the day. How are we all doing? Does anyone have any information for me? Working from home, that's fine. That's normal. Welcome Captain Preston Frost, Harry Hardy, Josie Russell, Kate McKearns, Robot Cooper, Sav. Hello also to Mean Millions, KM Kearns. Red, hello Red. Anyone else? Anyone ungreeted? Thank you for the resubscription, Jambers.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, indeed. How are we all doing? How are we all feeling? Have we lived well? Did we fish on? I got back yesterday evening from most of a week of hanging around with family, sat on a couch, sucking gravy through a kind of beer hat attached to my ears. You don't have any information? No information from Mean Millions? Red Kyote's just had a shower, that's information. Harry Ear, shouldn't have to honestly explain this, but ear isn't information. What you need for information is you need to have like a thing and then something about it. Like a tree is big, that's information, but just tree itself isn't information. Or maybe I'm using information wrong. I want something that's like something you can know. Like I know that a bird has wings, you know? I was just repeating what the machine had. That's fine, that makes sense. This is like Paul all over again. Does anyone here have information for me? I just want to learn something. My information I have is that the name Vory, I guess, apparently rhymes with lorry. Do you want to see Vory? I've got a picture of Vory here. I could just get slightly smaller, which I can't because I have complete control of what's being broadcast. This is Vory here, Vory Irving. If you've ever wanted to see a Vory in the wild, here's one. Oh, some info. Sav's cat's asleep. Ear could be information if shouted as a warning. Not enough context, though, for it to be informative. Mac and cheese is from medieval England. That's information. That's good. Should I change my name to Vory? Only if it was Vory Vordy. Vory is the Manx version of Mary. Yeah, why not? So is Manx a language, then? In September 1931, the Irving family, consisting of James, Margaret, and a 13-year-old daughter named Vory, claimed they heard persistent scratching, rustling, and vocal noises behind their farmhouse's wooden wall panels that variously resembled a ferret, a dog, or a baby. According to the Irvings, a creature named Geff introduced itself. Buongiorno to you, Baldy3. How are you doing? People are reviving Manx. Well, all the best to them. I think we need more languages. And I know it's not popular, but I do think we're going to need a few conlangs in there. There's not enough nearly dead languages to revive to hit the amount of languages I'd like for the planet Earth. We need conlangs. Europe needs conlangs. Your text-to-speech thing hasn't pronounced a single word correctly this stream. I can say with absolute certainty it pronounced it exactly as the writer wished. According to the Irvings, a creature named Geff introduced itself and told them it was a mongoose born in New Delhi, India in 1852. According to Vory, Geff was the size of a small rat with yellowish fur and a large bushy tail. The Irvings claimed that Geff had communicated to them and that he was an extra clever mongoose with an earthbound spirit and a ghost in the form of a weasel. And once said, "I am a freak. I have hands and I have feet. And if you saw me, you'd faint. You'd be petrified, mummified, turned into a stone or a pillar of salt." The Irvings made various claims about Geff. He supposedly guarded their house and informed them of the approach of any guests or any unfamiliar dog. If someone forgot to put out the fire at night, Geff would go down and stop the stove. Geff would also wake people up when they overslept, and whenever mice got into the house, Geff supposedly assumed the role of a cat, although he preferred to scare them rather than killing them. Citation needed. According to the Irvings' words, they gave Geff biscuits, chocolates, and bananas with food left for him in a saucer suspended from the ceiling, which he took when he thought no one was watching. The mongoose regularly accompanied them on their trips to the market, but always stayed on the other side of the hedges, chatting incessantly. Right, so they never once saw the mongoose. It was just a voice they could all hear. The story of Geff became popular in the tabloid press, and many journalists flocked to the Isle to try and catch a glimpse of the creature. Many other people, both locals and visitors, claimed to have heard Geff's voice, but only a handful claimed to have seen it. When Arthur Morrison visited the Irving home, he claimed that when Geff spoke to him from under the bed he slept in at the home, he could see a pair of yellow eyes. Two teenagers named Will Cubban and Henry Hall claimed to see Geff in Cubban's own yard and described him as yellow with a black spot on his tail. However, physical evidence was lacking. Footprints, stains on the wall, and hair samples claimed to be evidence of Geff were identified as belonging to the Irving sheepdogs, as were several photos which were claimed by the Irvings to depict Geff. Margaret and Vory Irving left the home in 1945 after the death of James Irving. They reportedly had to sell the farm at a loss because it had the reputation of being haunted. And in 1946, Leslie Graham, who had bought their farm, claimed in the press that he had shot and killed Geff. So they devalued the property massively with this Geff story. And so when someone else buys it, he's like, this is worth a fraction of what it's supposed to because people are scared of the mongoose. I know. Attention everyone, I've killed the mongoose. The body displayed by Graham was, however, black and white and much larger than the famous mongoose, and Vory Irving was certain that it was not Geff. Citation needed. Vory died in 2005. In an interview published late in life, she maintained that Geff was not her creation. Do we want to keep going on this? Because this is absolutely S tier. In 1934, what is this? So a paranormal investigator went to go and check out Geff. His name was Harry Price. He went to the Isle of Man and produced the book The Haunting of Cashen's Gap. They avoided saying that they believed the story, but were careful to report it objectively. The book reports how a hair from the alleged mongoose was sent to Julian Huxley and then sent it to a naturalist who identified it as dog hair. Right. Price was asked Reginald Pocock, great surname, of the Natural History Museum to evaluate paw prints allegedly made by Geff in plasticine, together with an impression of his supposed tooth marks. Pocock could not match them to any known animal, though he conceded one of them might have been made by a dog, and none of the markings could have been made by a mongoose. Great. We also had Nandor Fodor. I want to know more about Nandor Fodor. Look at Nandor Fodor. Geff got slimed out because of real estate prices. Yes, well, when you've got a haunted castle, you need to sell it on due to the death of the patriarch. Doesn't help if people are terrified of this incessant, wisecracking, Robin Williams-style mongoose. The parapsychologist Nandor Fodor. So he was a research officer from the International Institute for Psychical Research. He stayed at the Irving's house for a week without seeing or hearing Geff. Fodor disbelieved any deliberate deception had occurred and moulded a complex psychological theory to explain Geff based on a split-off part of Jim Irving's personality. So Jim Irving was Geff, dissociative identity disorder. Okay, so Jim Irving, without sort of knowing or remembering, would at times be compelled to crawl into the floor space, do a voice, and talk as Geff the mongoose. because that's also just as good a story as a ghost. Critical reception. Although some psychic investigators thought that Geff was a poltergeist or another type of ghost, skeptics, including the residents of the Isle of Man, believe the Irving family had colluded to perpetuate a hoax that was originated by Dorsa Vorri. An Isle of Man Examiner reporter wrote that when he caught the girl making noises, her father tried to convince him the sound came from somewhere else. According to Joe Nickell, researchers have suspected Vorri used ventriloquism and other effects, which were hyped by family members, reporters in search of a story, and credulous paranormalists. Contemporary media scholar Jeffrey Sconce writes that the most explanation is that this extra clever mongoose was an imaginary companion created by the Irvings' extra clever daughter. Imagine if you tricked your entire family into believing in a mongoose. I mean, this is just a better Cottingley Fairies, because the Cottingley Fairies never told little jokes from inside the fireplace. The Lambert slander case. In 1937, Lambert brought an action for slander against Sir Cecil Levita after Levita suggested to a friend that Lambert was unfit to be on the board of the British Film Institute. Levita said that Lambert was off his head because he believed in a talking mongoose and the evil eye, citation needed. Lambert was pressured to abandon his action by Sir Stephen Tallants. He persisted and won, receiving $7,600 in damages, which I assume in 1937 is like astronomical. It was an exceptional figure for a slander case, awarded because Lambert's counsel managed to introduce a BBC memo that showed Lambert's career had been threatened if he persisted with the action. It later became known as the Mongoose case. This rules. This is really good. I should thank Maggie yet again for bringing this into my life. How have I... Because I remember there was at least a year and a half where Maggie would remind me of Geff at least once a month. And yet I never read top to bottom this Wikipedia page, which might be one of the top pages, honestly. Anyway, that's that. Does anyone have any more information for me? Otherwise, we'll crack on with the dulls. Recently made the article Gibbeting of Steve Watson, which was a pretty fun story. I mean, I'm happy to go. Wikipedia is just a turn, isn't it? Gibbeting of Stephen Watson. The gibbeting of Stephen Watson took place following his... Oh, no, you can't see this. Took place following his execution in Thetford in 1795. Watson was convicted of murder by poisoning his wife at the Norfolk Assizes. I don't know what that is. Let's learn things. The Assizes, or the Courts of Assize, were periodic courts held around England and Wales until 1972, when together with quarter sessions they were abolished. Okay, what are they? What are they? The Assizes exercised both civil and criminal jurisdiction, though most of their work was okay. It's just a different jurisdictional scope of a kind of historical court. Yeah, fine. Don't need it. The gibbeting of Stephen Watson. Hello, Shaz. Do you know about Assizes Court? 7,600 in today's money is around £500,000. That's insane. Okay, the gibbeting of Stephen Watson happened in 1795, and he was sentenced to death alongside another murderer, William Bennington, and he was hung, and his body was then taken to common land between the parishes of West Brandonham and Holme Hale to be gibbeted. The gibbet, which then is preceded by this Atlas code, which tells you exactly where in the world the gibbet... I've never seen this code before, and yet here it is for the gibbet. Remained hanging for at least 42 years, being purportedly taken down temporarily around the 8th of June 1801 to remove a starling's nest from Watson's breast, and later likely being encountered at night by Reverend Charles Hardy in October 1837. As such, it was the last gibbet to stand in Norfolk. A skull was found there by Reverend H.B.J. Armstrong in 1882. The gibbet was buried by the novelist. Why did a novelist bury a gibbet? Oh, no, the gibbet was found buried by the novelist H. Rider Haggard in 1899. A significant part of the cage, as well as 2 skull fragments, are now held at Norwich Castle. Watson was accused of poisoning his wife. She had given birth a week prior to her murder. He was tried. Where's the So far, this is just grim. It doesn't have, to my mind, I've clearly not read the crucial element, but it doesn't have the kind of whimsical, the laid back Monday afternoon whimsy of Geff the Talking Mongoose. It is interesting. I was expecting some funny twist to the story, but it's actually about a wife poisoner who was left on display to rot for 50 years. It's got a kind of grim solemnity absent from the story of Geff, I think. But it is good. Thanks so much. I'll read this in my own time. Next to when I'm reading those, live leak websites of executions. Put this away. You're in a very gibbeting mood. Not a good Christmas for you then, huh? All right, should we crack on? I found this new game. Has anyone come across Disorderly? Batir the Elephant. Batir was an Asian... Am I just going to read out every... No, listen, we'll read this at the end. I've read a Wikipedia page of my own choosing, and I had a wonderful time. Then I read a Wikipedia page submitted from you lot, and it wasn't as good. And now I'm not doing a third one. If you are still here at the end of the stream, Harry Hardy, I will read Batir the Elephant top to bottom. No, not poor Harry. Wise Morley. Wise Morley for imposing some structure. Go on, let's look. Let me just do a little bit of a check on this. It's another talking animal. Now, wouldn't it be good to bookend? Yeah, not poor Harry. Wise Morley, sensible Morley. Bookmarking this away so we can bookend the stream with talking animal Wikipedia pages. Clever Sean. Wise Sean. You want to play this? It's called Disorderly. So Disorderly just wants you to sort things into the right order. Yes, not poor Harry, Wise Morley. NPHNWM. That's my motto. Sort these terms by when they peaked in Google's search popularity in 2025, starting with the most recent. Now, this is a game. This here, my buddies, my friends, this is what a game looks like. That's the full list. 6-7, Labubu, Pope, Tariffs, Zora Mamdani, and K-pop Demon Hunters. Thank you, Grugger Smith. You don't need to separate me out for everyone else. Although here, actually, I'm being described as wise, and I guess that's not being leveled at everyone's feet. So thank you very much, Grug. Do you mind if I call you Grug? We want to rank these by when they peaked in Google search popularity in 2025, from earliest to latest. Doesn't that look right? Or no, absolutely not. 6-7 is recent. 6-7's end of the year. 6-7's down here somewhere. K-pop Demon Hunters and Mamdani, they're hard to do, but they belong here. Tariffs here, Pope's up here. Labubu might be after Tariffs. This is what I'd say. No, this isn't most to least, Ren. I've read this out twice. We're doing it in terms of time. All of these at some point had a peak. Oh, starting with the most recent. Yeah, okay. 6-7's most recent. K-pop and Zoram, maybe it's like that. Pope, quite a while ago, was the Pope. And maybe Labubu, like maybe that. That's what it says on the box. Red. I think you've misunderstood. That's why Tariffs was nearer than Pope, though. Labubu's not more recent than K-pop Demon Hunt, is it? K-pop is before. I'm not really on the ball with K-pop Demon Hunters. I only know it exists because I went on Netflix to watch one show and it was everywhere. And I think on TikTok, the songs from there are popping off, but I don't recognize them. Are they literally including a misspelling of Zoran's name? Zoram. Yeah, I'm assuming not. Unless this is a trick answer. And Zoram, well, you'd assume the peak of the misspelling would also be the same as the peak of the normal spelling. So I don't know if the spelling affects anything. All right, we're moving K-pop. I think, right, ignoring K-pop and Labubu, pretty confident on the others. Pope's Tariff, Zoram 6-7. Can we all agree on that? Then Labubu, not sure on, really. K-pop, kind of completely ignorant on. But I assume if I'm the last to hear about it, that means it's earlier. So K-pop could have been earlier in the year. Okay, we've got one I don't agree and one I do agree. Leaves me a little bit out to sea. Labubu. When did I hear about Labubu? Ship it? No way, no. These are just here in a blob. K-pop could have been before, you know. Labubu was before Demon Hunters. Well, then I'm going to do that then and put Tariffs in the middle. We can't do outside research, Harry. You don't go on other things for the dolls. We don't go on other tabs for the dolls. We've got to concoct it together from memory, sense data, inference, conjecture. Isn't Pope post-tariff? I'm sure it's Pope tariff. Pope tariff. Hang on, I can do this. The Pope had just died just before my friends got married. And I was talking to the taxi driver about it because he was Romanian and they're mostly Orthodox in Romania, but he was Catholic and he had lots of thoughts. So that was summer. That was like July. So that's like halfway through the year is Pope. So maybe Tariffs was earlier. Pope Tariff. Have I got any connections in my life with Tariff? Tariff. When was I shipping? Tariff. Maybe Tariffs is first. It's not anti-intellectual. Sherlock Holmes wasn't opening up Wikipedia. He was gathering up everything he can see, everything he'd ever heard. He was going into his mind palace. That's a hulking intellect. Taking up every little mote of information. I'm always hungry for information. I'm like a mite. I'm like a mealworm. For me, my meal is the whole planet. It goes in and I can regurgitate it. I don't need to use Google. I don't need to search. Sherlock Holmes never read a book. He'd look around and he'd learn. Hello, Oracle of Truth. Sherlock Holmes would tell his own stories. He'd see the fraying on your dress and be like, you must have cycled here. He'd see that you had a teardrop tattoo under your eye and be like, you have murdered at least one person. Do mealworms absorb knowledge? No, they absorb nutrients. But for a hulking intellect like me, nutrients is knowledge, you know? My vitamin C is facts. How about this? Tariffs Labubu. Labubu. When did I hear about Labubu? I think Labubu is spring. So it's before Pope. Tariffs. China. Tariffs. Tariffs could be spring as well. There aren't any intellectuals in the real world. Who do you consider an intellectual? Will Self? Dreadful. The idea of a public intellectual makes me gag. Makes me want to die. This is a good photo. Yeah, and am I going to look at it? Yeah, I very nearly, we got my nana a tea towel with our faces on it for Christmas. And I really, really, really wanted to put this image in it. I wanted to be holding a cup in the design and Leo with a baseball bat was in the cup. But Jan was saying like, that's sacrilegious. We did the offertory at Christmas Eve Mass. It's probably the most Catholic I've been in a long time. I reckon Tariff's peak was after K-pop. See, the problem with Tariffs is it went on for a long time. But there was one time when he did the unilateral tariffs against everyone, including like European countries, like his actual political and military allies. When was that one? When was it? Jam's a big Catholic now. She held the wine. Although she didn't eat the bread. We wouldn't let her eat the bread. We've got to get a proper baptism for that. Those discs are just for the real heads. Am I pushing tariffs up? Could Labubu's be early? K-pop and Mamdani. See, that's what I was doing, but everyone was like K-pop was earlier. My heart tells me Labubu came after tariffs. Shall I ship this? But how wrong could it be, you know? Things can't be that wrong these days. Oh, only tariffs is correct. All right, Labubu Pope, this. Hang on, 6-7 isn't the most recent. What are you, huh? How can 6-7 not be right? K-pop was the summer. All right, we'll bring it. Well, let's put it down by Pope. Maybe K-pop peaked before Pope. 6-7? 6-7's after Zoran, but I'd heard of Labubu before all of these things. So how can 6-7 not be at the top? Data from 2024. What? What? Huh? Are there two typos in here? Hello on Oblong Life, but that doesn't make any sense. 6-7 wasn't even a thing in 2024. Yeah, it's just a thing with lots of typos, and that's fine. I've got lots of typos. It's a bad typo. It's a very confusing typo. Are we still certain that this is what the game looks like? Yeah, yes. I'm still confident on that. Yeah, hi Oblong. Oblong, have you heard of Geff the Talking Mongoose? So if nothing's in the right spot, I don't know. This doesn't look right to me, but what can I do? Maybe 6-7 peaked in America and it took a long time to get to me. You know, I'm on the outer rim. I hate to say this because it's not the impression I want to give forth. But I have to acknowledge I am on the outer rim of culture. Need to find the reticle? I know where the reticle is. It's on my own heads-up display on my own eyeballs. Here. All right. All right. Well, this. Wow, I did really badly. I got the answer in 4 guesses. It's pretty good though. Let's go back one. Sort these popular karaoke songs by when they were released, starting with the latest. Sort these popular karaoke songs by when they're released, starting with the latest. Does the latest mean the most recent or the most furthest away? You are a talking mongoose, yeah? You live on the Isle of Man. Latest means most recent. Okay, most recent starting. Oh, latest released, earliest release. Okay. Bonnie Tyler and Bohemian Rhapsody are both like 80s, are they? Sweet Caroline. Is everything not 80s? Is not everything 80s here? I Will Survive maybe is newer than that. Living on a Prayer. I think Living on a Prayer is later than Bohemian Rhapsody. Total Eclipse of the Heart I'm really not confident on. No Doubt is 90. Okay. Are these both 90s? Sweet Caroline. That feels older. I Will Survive is 70s? Shows what I know. I'm really not good on music. Survive is 70s. Okay. Then when's Neil Diamond at large? People still had doubts in the 80s? Yeah, but these people didn't. This is when these people stopped having doubts. 60s, Sweet Caroline. Okay, okay. Bohemian Rhapsody, I'm going to say is like mid-80s, but I have no idea on Bonnie Tyler. I think Living on a Prayer is after the midpoint of the 80s. I don't know what I'm basing any of this on. Ship It, all right. Not bad, not bad. That's a twofer. Thank you. You carried me there. Sort these fictional pigs. This is my kind of thing. All right. Sort these fictional pigs of order when they were first introduced. Spoink is a Pokemon. Porky Pig's really old. Pumbaa is Lion King. Wilbur. Miss Piggy is... Sesame Street is like, I guess, late 60s, early 70s, but that's later than Porky Pig. Piglet could be even older, right? Because that's a series of books that could have been much older than Porky Pig. Why No Babe? I swear there's lots of fictional pigs. Spoink is definitely the top. Wilbur, I don't have any feelings about. I think Pumbaa, I'm very confident on Piglet, Porky, Miss Piggy, Pumbaa. And I don't know who Wilbur is. Wilbur is Charlotte's Web. Oh, that's going to be old then. That's going to be down with Piglet. How about that? How does that look? If Wilbur's the one from Charlotte's Web, that's going to be a book. I mean, I don't know when it was released. It's a good guess. Wilbur could be the one throwing us off here. I think Porky is older. Porky Pig? Porky Pig is... Looney Tunes, which is Warner Brothers. Like, it's Disney was one of the is the oldest still going large animation studio, I think, and that Warner Brothers were a bit later, but Porky could be 50s. Aren't they from the 30s? I don't think so. I think the 30s animations were Disney. I don't know if Porky's that old. I'm not confident. This isn't my wheelhouse. But I'd put Porky, I think Piglet, though, that's dead old. That's before you're seeing any animations anywhere. My son has the 75-year anniversary set, so that would make it 1950s, right? Like 75 years ago. Oh, but he may not have received it this year. So, but then it could be 40s. That sounds right, though. Thing is, I don't know how old Charlotte's Web is. I could easily believe it was the 30s or earlier. Piglet, however, I believe is dead old. 1910s or something mad. Yeah. Piglet bottoms not moving. Swap Piglet and Porky? No. I'm not swapping Piglet and Porky. There's the Wilbur I'm not sure about. Everything else I'm fairly confident on. I'm putting Wilbur in the middle. I think Piglet is super old. Yeah, me too. Look, in. Done. Sometimes you've just got to tune out the voices. You've just got to tune out the naysayers. You've just got to trust in yourself. You can hear the harmony of the pig's age. You think Porky's older than Wilbur? No one disagrees with you, including reality. Porky Pig debuted in 1935 with I Haven't Got a Hat. And Charlotte's Web's from 1952. That's beautiful. That's what we want to see. What can I do? Sort these movies by audience score? No. I'm going to do ones I think I can do. Sort these capital cities by the population of the country they're in. That's pretty good. Okay, Belgium. I'm not sure. Vietnam? Don't know. Iceland. Dhaka. What's Dhaka the capital of? Why would a pig have a hat? Porky Pig. Bogota is Colombia. Okay. Colombia, probably more populous. I don't know. Well, I know that East Asia actually have very large populations. I don't know if that's because of China's population density, but you've seen that circle of like more people live inside this circle on planet Earth than outside of it. But it covers like from China to Japan, and like it captures the coastal Southeast Asian countries. And it's not interested in East Russia because I think that's very sparsely populated. Sana'a is Yemen. Bangladesh and Yemen. Bangladesh has a very high population density, whacking that right at the top. Hanoi. There's not that many people in Belgium. I know it's like a, you know, it's a in the imperial core of Western Europe, but it's not a huge landmass in Belgium. How often do you come across Belgians, you know? Hanoi maybe second, that sounds right. Then, what did we cover? Bogota. Bogota is Colombia. And what's Sana'a? Yemen. I don't have any instincts on the population of Yemen, but I know that by landmass it's less than Colombia. Reykjavik, lowest population. Belgium. I'm going to go with this, and I'm going to click it. Look at that. Look at that. That's 2 first guesses here. You just sometimes, if you tune out everything that's not helping you, you can just hear the harmony of reality. Although I did need to be told what countries the capital cities were from. I hardly did it on my own. Sort movies by release date, I'm not going to be able to do that. Sort biopics by the birthday of their subject, I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be good at African geography. Sort these cities by cost of living. Oh, video game characters in order to release their debut game. Let's go easy on me. Okay, Doom Guy early. Yoshi earlier still. Crash Bandicoot after Doom Guy. Waluigi was Mario Tennis for the N64, which probably predates Crash Bandicoot. Who's John Marston? What's that? Is that an American man with a gun? Is he going to be like Max Payne or something? I need help. I can't do it. It relies on me knowing all the people. Am I confident what we've got here? Super Nintendo. PC and every device ever made. Waluigi, Nintendo 64, which I know is kind of concurrent with the PS1. And Crash Bandicoot was early-ish in the PS1's life cycle. So a little unsure on there. Red Dead Redemption. Oh, okay. Well, that's after GLaDOS. Looks right? It does look right. No, you're right. It is my wheelhouse. I did say those could have been. Those were like very near to each other. No, they weren't. They were 4 years apart. It must be mad releasing Mario Tennis when Crash Bandicoot's been out for 4 years. They must have been kicking themselves trying to compete with the PlayStation 1. You know what they need? They said at Nintendo, do you know what they need? A long Luigi. And do you know what? They were right. Should we do food guesser? All right. Eggplant, peanuts, sesame seeds, desiccated coconut, tamarind, jaggery, onions, ginger garlic, cumin, mustard, curry, dry red chilies, coriander, powder, turmeric, red chili powder, salt, oil, and not cilantro, what do we call it? Coriander. This dish features small eggplants cooked in a rich and aromatic gravy made from tamarind, peanuts, and spices like mustard seeds, cumin, and curry leaves. We're over in... Where are we? We're over in like Lebanon. We're somewhere near or border in the Middle East or Turkey, or we're not in Greece. I don't know if we're in Greece. We could even be like in the Levant. We could be in Syria or something. Like, this is a meal I would eat. I'd eat this right now. This is a good dinner to me. Oh, Captain, listen, I used to be like you, Captain. I used to be you. I used to inhabit your skeleton and pilot your flesh around. But you will reach a point where you have nice aubergine. It's hard to do. Aubergine, it's the easiest vegetable to get wrong. Just plopped in a curry, it just gets wet. It absorbs moisture so horribly. And to be honest, these look slimy as hell and it's sort of putting me off. But it can be so nice. Hello, Bird. Bird, can you help me educate Captain Preston Frost in how aubergine can actually be really nice? Yes, I'm fully with you. I'm fully with you. Until I was like in my late 20s, I'd never had good aubergine because I associate it as being the slimiest, drippiest, wettest, and also hottest. You put it in a sauce and it absorbs all the sauce and it never cools down. It's never safe to eat. And when you do, it's like a dead fish has fallen down your gullet. But aubes can be done well, but it needs to be handled with care. It needs the loving fingertips of a master. Bird, you're completely right. The good thing about an aubergine, same with mushrooms and a few other things, because their water retention's so high, they're really hard to burn. So you can just sear them into something lovely. Don't be ableist against an autistic aubergine here. Do I accept that I have to accept food icks as a protected characteristic? Let me think about that. Let me go into my intersectional mind palace. Do I have to accept food icks as a disability accommodation? I need to check Tumblr. How do I need to know? I'm going to set a precedent here. We're at the trouser legs of time. My destiny lies in front of me. In India, we eat aubergine during the winters. We char it and make it as a vegetable with sauteed spices. Utkarsh one, that is premium aubergine handling. It's really good. I love what's it called? A moussaka. I love a moussaka. Aubergine can really handle a rich, creamy sauce, just like this. Just like literally whatever this thing is in front of us. Also, don't sleep on baba ganoush. Baba ganoush, really good, but also hard to find a good one. And if it's bad, it's really bad. A bad baba ganoush is rank. And because it's already grey and looks like, it looks like Soylent Green or something, it needs to be good. Aubergine is one of the easiest vegetables to make bad, to make shit. But handled with care, it can sing. My favourite thing about baba ganoush is that you can spell it however you like. No one minds. All right, where do I think this is from? Aubergine. So aubergine and peanuts and sesame seeds and tamarind. Going to put us Middle East, parts of South Asia. I don't know. There's a lot of countries there. Should we put ourselves in the middle? You love baba ganoush. I knew I'd end up out of this being woke as hell. Try India just to be safe. I just don't think it is. I just don't think it is India. I mean, it could be. India has. It's a really large landmass. I feel since Utkarsh 1's here, I don't want to start acting like I know everything about Indian cuisine. But I think you would agree. It's a really large landmass with a lot of different groups of people who eat different kinds of food. So it's really, really varied. I think in Indonesia, because of the peanuts. The peanuts does suggest something even further east. You know what it could be? Should we go? Yeah, I wasn't even thinking this. Ginger and garlic, cumin, fine, mustard, curry leaves, dry red chilies. Should we do it? Should we try it? Otherwise, we're coming right back. Cold. I'm going to go like Lebanon. Cool, so we're nearer. Oh, all right. I'm going to trust Utkarsh. Hang on, I need to decide on a pronunciation of your name. Utkarsh 1. India. It is India all along. Embarrassed myself. A traditional Indian dish with roots in Hyderabadi cuisine. Known for its rich and flavorful dishes. I mean, it looks really nice. All right, not the best first start, but it was a hard dish. Kash, that would help me. Thank you very much. Veal, lamb, chicken, onion, carrot, celery, leek, bouquet garni. Can anyone tell me what bouquet garni is? White wine, stock or broth, butter, flour, salt, pepper, mushrooms, pearl onions, potatoes, that's optional, artichokes. This looks really nice. But it's in a bread, isn't it? It looks good. We're going to say German doner kebab. Looks French. I don't think it's French. Although it's veal, I know that's... But this mixed meat kebab type thing, I associate with like Serbia, Slovenia. That's a fair point. The wine does suggest. Mix of herbs from French cooking. Oh, it's a French herb mix. Looks like French tacos. All right, everyone's saying French. I don't think it's French Canadian though. It's got callet and celery and leek in it. I think it's Southeast Europe. Definitely Eastern Europe, I'd say. The wrapping says "O taco." It does, doesn't it? "O taco." And then it says something like established, and then there's a 2 and an O. So it's a chain restaurant. Are we going to try and just read the food packaging? "O taco." So if it's an "O taco," like taco is Mexican. French have this weird thing they call tacos, which is different to tacos. All right. It must be, we'll try France. There's lots pointing towards France. All right, you all win. French tacos, also known as taco français, which means French tacos, originated in the early 2000s in the Lyon region of France. The dish emerged amongst the immigrant communities, particularly those from North Africa, as a fusion of French, North African, and Mexican influences. Despite its name, French tacos bear little resemblance to traditional Mexican tacos. Do you know what? Fair enough, and it sounds nice. Sausage, bell peppers, onions, garlic, optional. Everything from now on is optional. Garlic, olive oil, tomatoes, crushed red pepper flakes, salt, black pepper, basil, oregano, hoagie rolls. I don't know what that is. Is a hoagie like a Subway sandwich long bun, like a soft bread bun? Mozzarella cheese. Cook sausages in a skillet until browned, then remove. Saute sliced bell peppers and onions in the same skillet until tender. Add minced garlic and cook briefly. Return sausages to the skillet, add tomato sauce or diced tomatoes and simmer until everything is heated through and the flavors meld. Hello, Funky. You were shaping your beard, which isn't conducive to watching streams. If you got a TV in the bathroom, you could. Spicy looks Mexican. This whole thing of like making in a broth with bell peppers, and it's covered in herbs as well. So I'm sort of thinking America. Hang on, we'll see another view of it here. Like frying up sausages with lots of vegetables. I don't know. You could tell me it's Europe. You could tell me it's like Polish. Part of me just thinks it's possibly Polish. Are bell peppers from America? Are bell peppers from North America or the Americas? Could be Central Europe. That's what I'm thinking. I don't get Central Europe from it. I'm getting Eastern Europe from it. It also looks like it says hoagie roll. Let's go with America. America's loads in it. Yeah, sausage and peppers. A traditional dish rooted in Italian-American cuisine, typically features Italian sausage, bell peppers, onions, garlic, olive oil, and sometimes tomato sauce. I mean, it looks nice. I would eat it. Europe doesn't eat a lot of spicy food, I think. Not really, no. I think there are, but Europe's a big place, so there's Mediterranean Europe probably has a bit more, but no, overall, no. Gastronomical genius. I mean, 14,000 out of 1,500. I'll take that. All right, let's do When Taken. I love how many daily games we've got down. This is London, right? London has this big Egyptian column. Oh no, wait. Is that the Eiffel Tower? What's this big tower? Who's this? Look, I know we've got a weird thing like this. The Eiffel Tower is in London here, but not that big. Blackpool. Just me on my own then, is it? All right. Well, the horse and cart stuff, this looks like it's going to be like 1900. And I know that so London has a thing like this. It's a gift from Egypt. But I think it's on a bridge, and this isn't a bridge. And also, that's the Eiffel Tower, so it's got to be Paris. Is it too simplistic to be like that, therefore Paris? If it's not London, and I'm sort of thinking it's not, then it's France. Yeah. Then I'm going to go like 1903 Paris. There's loads of obelisks. Yes, but there aren't many Eiffel Towers, is my thinking. So if that's the Eiffel Tower, then this will be over here. And it's 1902 or something like that. Come on. 1 kilometre away, 2 years off, 198 points out of a possible 200. Hello, Catbox. Thank you very much for the resub. I hope you're feeling well. Just that time of year, Catbox. Okay. That's Arabic. Is this just an Arabic, like just shorthand? I mean, that Arabic has a line, right? Oh no, not always. Maybe that's just handwritten Arabic. Because what it could be, there's lots of countries where Arabic is their formal script, and then people might write in another language as well. Any more clues? That's a 7-Up, if that helps. I think it's numbers. I mean, maybe. I thought our numerals look like Arabic numerals because that's where we got them from. Just like a Wi-Fi password, but on a pole. We've got this. Yeah, is that like a satellite dish or something on top? We got a bag. This guy's got a stick. It's like some kind of outdoor market. What's this? What's he selling? Like beads? Something on a string? There's not a lot to go off. Could we be... What countries... Like, could we be... What countries are in Africa are Muslim and will have Arabic script? Tunisia? It could be Tunisia. I mean, North Africa makes a lot of sense. The thing I'm just not clear on is like which countries will have Arabic as their like the script you'll get on buildings and signs. Somalia seems too brown to be Tunisia. It looks dry. So I guess my real ballpark thinking is like it's something bordering on the desert, right? Which makes me think Sudan. If I had my gut and I was just on my own, I'd just pick Sudan and go with like Khartoum or something like that. Or Algeria. Those are my thinkings. Maybe it's Mauritania or something. Yeah, I have no associations with Mauritania. Don't let us stop you. All right, man. All right. The thing that I like to do, Lost Zone, is I'll have a gut feeling, but then I'll ask other people, and then the chat will come to their own consensus. Then I put their thing in. And if it's right, if they're correct, I go, we did it. Yes, we as a team, we solved the problem. But if it's wrong, I go, you guys really messed up. You've let me down. But if I get it right and I don't in any noticeable way get chat's help, I'm very smug about it. I'm unbearable to the point where I even avoid doing that, you know? Makes the stream unbearable. This photo seems relatively modern, although I don't know. I'm gonna go with 2015. No, 2017. I bet it's way sooner than you'd think. I bet it's 2020. No, 2017. 2017. 2018. It was Khartoum. Look at that. Huge. Unassisted, unhelped. I looked at that. Sudan. I just thought it. I just knew it. Sometimes if you shut your eyes, you can hear the harmony of the world. You can hear the music of the spheres. Okay. This is Finnish. Is it? Is this Finnish? Okay, Josie Russell is saying Finland with an exclamation mark. Then the only other thing we're probably going to be able to do is if there is a Finnish city, or if there is a name of a Finnish city in any of these words, then that's where it is. Should have said 2017. If you get 200 out of 200, you're trying too hard, you know? Do you know, not to seem culturally illiterate, but I've never understood the idea of a try hard. First I heard of try hard as a pejorative. I was like, isn't that the point? Isn't that the point of life, to apply yourself and get results? I still don't quite get it, you know? And yet, when I encounter tryhards in the wild, I'm like, I hate this guy. They got spam a lot. What thing here looks like spam a lot? No, I don't know what you're talking about. If Palermo is a place, then we're quids in. It's probably Helsinki. Yes. I mean, when you don't know anything else, you should choose the capital or another big city that's near it. But it looks like it's got a bit of nightlife. Makes sense, it's a big place. Also, I'm right in thinking that Finland and a lot of the other Scandies, they've got their big port cities and they've just got like sprawling permafrost that's a bit sparsely populated. Let's go the cool back end of Helsinki, which will be back here. When? Well, the cars, I don't know, 60s? Hard to tell. 60s. 65. Let's just go in the middle of the 60s because I can't refine it any further than that. 1967, it's on the sign. That's so smart. That's so smart. However, well, if this was any other country, I'd say this is December. So they could have just passed over a year. But it's Finland, right? So it could be any time. Let's go. I mean, we're going to get nearly full marks here. That is as good as it gets. That's as good as it gets. Life never tastes crisper, even though that's only a texture. Huh. This needs thinking. Let's apply some thought. Yes, WDJR in the chat. Well done, Josie Russell. You've absolutely carried here. We've got a big clock tower. I think Southeast Asia, just off the boats and their design. South Central America. That's very, yeah, all right. I'm flipping to that. Well, let's flip to that. Let's go Peru. Let's go Peru. Look at all this coast, you know? Let's go Lima. Any reason not to go Lima? I don't know if Peru could be that flat. What, not even on the coast? And Co feels like it must be a British colony? That's a very good point. Something in Co Limited. That's an interesting point. Now, who knows about British colonization of South America? Because, I mean, most of it's Brazil, and that's Portuguese. Falklands. That's the only bit that I know will have lots of English in it. Guyana. Oh, yeah. The English got Guyana off the Dutch, right? I don't know why I was reading about that. That's why they've got New Amsterdam. And there was some mad, horrible trade agreement where they're like, we'll just give you this entire country. Georgetown, then? Belize is probably the best out if you want to go to Central America. I'll go to Belize. I'll go to anything that someone describes as the best shout. Is it embarrassing if I'm not sure where Belize is? Should I feel something? Should I better myself? Belize. Central America is here, right? Is it? What? Where's Belize? Belize in yourself, below Mexico. That's where I thought I was looking. Ah, Belize. No offense to any Belizeans, but it's only little. It's only a little place. Well, let's just go to Belize City. The majority of every photograph's taken in the most populated area. It will be by the port. This famous bit of port here. Owen Sonny Megan Jr. Street. It's a Colville Young Crescent. Philip Goldson Highway. And when was it taken? 93. I could be very wrong on this. Yeah, you and me both. My instinct on seeing the picture was it was Cyprus or somewhere Mediterranean. So don't pay too much undue attention to me. Don't worry, we're not even paying undue attention to ourselves. I think it's 70s. I think the photo quality is a tiny bit too good for that. No, it's not. What am I talking about? Yeah, no, it is, though. We're zooming all the way in this. Oh, look how... I don't know. The cars give 70s. Yeah, but we're in Central America. Although, these cars. These cars, though. I'm going to compromise. I'm going to do early 80s. 1982. 1960, and it was Singapore. Oh, we couldn't have done worse. We couldn't have done worse. I didn't listen on the year, and none of us had a chance. Singapore, of course. Singapore is a British colonial place, and I saw the boats, and my initial thought was Southeast Asia. But then I don't know what boats look like in late 20th century Central America, so I didn't know any better. No. We all messed up together. It's a team effort. Something. It's the Olympics, so it should be easy. That says relax. Why would you say relax at the Olympics? It's the one time you shouldn't relax. You're supposed to... Oh, hello. So it's the Olympics, and it's going to relate to some of these oceanic Pacific islands. Sydney Olympics. Sydney, it says right there, which was in 2000. Oh. Well. Oh, but this isn't Sydney. This isn't Sydney. This is a Pacific island. Look. This is going to be one of these islands from this map. Do you need a reading prescription? Chaz. That's quite rude. I need Elvance. I think it's one of these islands. I think we should just pick the most populated one. And it will be before 2000. Yeah, let's go 1999. No, let's go 1998. No, 1999. And we'll pick a larger than normal Pacific island. So they covered all of these. So it could be Papua New Guinea because it's big. We'll have a lot of people. Or we could hedge our bets and pick an island that's kind of near the middle, like Vanuatu, because it can't be that wrong. Because even if it turns out to be Tuvalu, we're sort of in the middle, right? That's the best I can think. Either we go for Papa because it's big and just there's more likelihood of more pictures to be taken in Papa because there's more people. Big Papua New Guinea. Either Samoa or Fiji. Well, that's Fiji. Where's Samoa? That's nice, King of Time. That seems like an opposite gift for you. Well, in that case, Samoa's so far away, though. I don't know. Shouldn't we pap it? Isn't the conservative guess pap? 1999. Let's look at these maps again. So that's Papua New Guinea. That's Fiji. I mean, they're all on here. Pap it to the right of Fiji. I wish there was some kind of context clue. Not that I'd know what I'm looking for. I don't know. There's no flag or anything. We've got yellow and blue, but that might be that might just be the color scheme of the Olympics. I don't know. I don't see anything that's nationally identifying. There's a yellow and blue color scheme. Blue and yellow could be Palau. Could be. I'm mainly thinking Samoa because English signs. Yeah. Can we look at the tribes people? Kind of. I kind of don't want to look too much at them, at the actual like people lined up in like traditional outfits, because there's quite a lot on display. And some of them are quite young. So I think maybe we've done our looking. Do you think the map on the banner is geographically accurate, or have they reduced the distance of the islands for ease? Does the map feature New Zealand? The map does feature New Zealand. Surely the banner says where it is. This, you'd think so. Well, Olympics, then we've got I could say torch. Oh, torch relay. So that says Sydney Olympic torch relay. So they're working out how the torch is going to come by this island. There might be something in there that's supposed to help us. Yeah, Sydney is where they're holding the Olympics, but I don't think this location is Sydney. I think this location is one of these islands. Let's go with Samoa because I don't think we're getting closer over time. And if they've got English signs untranslated, there's no local language. Let's just go straight to... Is there any sign of where people live here? Any sort of conurbation with a dot next to it that indicates a town or city? You've got a road around the edge. Other island. Oh, I see. Okay, so we'll go for Apia. Lucky Food Town. It's not going to be near there. It would be near the Apia Park. I'm not confident. It's going to be Papua New Guinea, isn't it? Solomon Islands. You know what? It's not too bad. It's not too bad. We're punished very heavily because it's the Pacific Islands and they're all far away from each other. But, like, we couldn't have done much better based on the context clues we had. Oh, but we would have lost far less points if we went Pap. Because the capital of the Papua New Guinea is Port Moresby, which is kind of close, but it's just hard, isn't it? It's just hard to live. It's just hard to be alive. 781. It was a hard round. We shouldn't be comparing points on one day with points on another day because they're not all built equal. Not every round of when taken is as easy as another round, you know? It's always hard. Life's just a struggle. You're pushing the boulder up the hill, you know? All right, now a bit of fun for me. Let's do zoom out. Love a bit of zoom out. Okay. Rock band. That's a drum kit, right? Rock band. Gotta be rock band. Okay, it's not rock band, but rock band is part of the name. Okay, Rock Band 2. It's not Rock Band 2, but Rock Band's part of the name. Okay. Rock Band 4. It's not Rock Band 4, but Rock Band's part of the name. Okay, is it Rock Band 3? It's not Rock Band 3, but Rock Band's part of the name. It was released before 2010. Is it the Beatles Rock Band? It is. It's the Beatles Rock Band. Is it Beatles? People are giving me Sean. I need to make my own name a band term. I can't be being shawned here. If I was driving a car and someone shawned me, I would drive it into a ditch. I would drive it into a canal. And no one would know, not even me, with my dying breath, would I know if I did that on purpose. Can you drive? No, which is why you shouldn't be saying my name if I'm piloting a vehicle. Like I shouldn't be doing it at the best of times, let alone when distracted. Sim pigeon? What is that? Is that a pigeon or something? It's a weird isometric view. It looks a bit Simsy. Yeah, we've got two .exe. We've got two members of the .exe community in. Although with very different feelings on Camel Case. Is Camel Case, can I just check? Is Camel Case the one that's caps then lower and then caps then lower for each new word? Looks Simsy to me, but only the view. I don't know if the actual objects in the frame look Simsy enough for me. Also, there's a fire here, which is interesting, but not as informative as I'd like. Oh, by the way, if you've never seen this game, it just zooms in massively on a video game, and you have to just decide what it is. Oh, Overcooked. That's really good. That's really good, Preston Frost. Really, really, really good. You saw the fire, you thought about it, you saw the rounded shapes. That's a bit of Megamind coming out. Really, really nice. We love getting the one guesses. Okay, we're looking at a car from behind. I feel like I need to get back and what would this be? That's a car. That's as good as I can do. Should we do Driver? It looks old. Although, does it look old? You can see a bit of registration. Maybe that's... It feels very bright. The colours feel very saturated and very bright and very high contrast. And I don't know what that reminds me of. And we're not driving in a racing game because this thing ahead of us looks like it's a people carrier or a minivan or something. It's not Gran Turismo or something. Didn't mean to say Grand Turismo. Would it be funny if this was Incredible Crisis? I don't know if you do drive a car in it, but it would be funny. Dispatch. Not Dispatch. Dispatch is all nicely animated. This will be 3D objects with textures, you know? I mean, I guess Dispatch technically is that, but it's got this comic book animation style that I don't think is present here. It's a still image. Yeah, you're right, but shapes have a character to them, and that's part of our interpretive framework. I feel like I'm Grandad Turismo. I feel like I'm Gran Torino. Like at the end when he's turned nice, but he's about to die. She's got you there, Sean. Nothing can get me. I'm ephemeral. I'm like sand and smoke mixed together. Grotty and inhalable. Grand Tiramisu, yeah, I'd have that. I'd scoop that until they have to take the spoon out of my hands. I'm just going to let the bulls start with Driver 2. Driver 2 back on the streets. Is that a Japanese schoolgirl? Is she in the little, sailor's outfit? You know? Like the blue skirt and the weird neckerchief thing? She's got a really round head. Is this Japan? Although, can I see a single character? Yeah, I can. Either that's a bit of windshield wiper up there, or that's, yeah. That could be a katakana. We're in Japan. So what on earth is this? A game, Shenmue? Although, I don't know, that girl doesn't look right. It doesn't look right to me. There is a bus in Shenmue, though. Could it be Shin Megami Tensei? Well, I mean, not the original Devil Survivor ones, because those are like snares. This feels like a more 3D environment, but what does it look like? That girl doesn't look realistic in the way that Shenmue attempts to. But the surrounding area and the... I don't know, maybe it is this. Oh, there's an arrow. There's an arrow on that car. This is a traversable 3D environment. Also, there's Cafe de Zoe in the background. This is a bit of a weird one, but it looks cel shaded. What was that Dreamcast game with like roller skating and graffiti in it? I can't remember the name of it. I never played it, but I'm aware of it. The skatey music game. Yeah, exactly. Jet Set Radio. I think Jet Set Radio. It's not Jet Set Radio. It's not Jet Set Radio. Well, I don't have any better ideas. Japanese 3D environment. There is a red arrow pointing at a car. Or maybe it is. Great, I'm back in. Jet Set Radio. What does anyone know these days? It is Jet Set Radio. Well done to me. Well done to Zap. But I'm afraid your sister Bird.exe receives one demerit for standing in the way of justice. It's Christmas. I don't know. What has this in it? Hitman. Why are you giving Well Done Bird? Grog's gone off. Grog's off his pudding, if you know what I mean. Do you? Let me know in chat if you know what I mean. Bully? Bully was a PS2 game. These have... this is a super resolution Christmas tree. Robots off his pudding. Yeah, I will commend the .exe community for their commitment to growing and improving. All I can go off here is what game will have high resolution graphics set in a... Is there ever a Christmas in any of the... Oh, what are those Zionist zombie games called? With the little girl who gets big and then hates her dad, who's not really a dad, he's just some guy who dresses in plaid. The Last of Us. Because Naughty Dog want graphics like this. Because we've zoomed all the way into a Christmas tree and I can see the individual furs. Graphics are our biggest clue, and our second biggest clue is what game has like residential scenes that will show a Christmas tree. The Last Christmas of Us? Yeah. Could it be a David Cage? Which is the most recent David Cage? Is it Robot Martin Luther King? Detroit Become Human? Yeah, well, let's try it. I feel like he's the kind of writer who would put a Christmas tree into a scene. No help. Does this look a little bit... Look at... There's some shapes here, and they've got black outlines on them. And actually, the tree looks less impressive. It looks like it's just 2D textures. So I think I'm completely wrong on graphics now. I've completely climbed down from the graphics are good angle. Look at there's a couple of shapes which aren't part of the tree, and they've got really clean black outlines, which makes me think Borderlands. Like what's got black outlines these days? All I can think of is Borderlands. Does Borderlands have Christmas in it? No one here played it. I never would. I'm above that kind of thing. Can't see the second shape. Soz. There you go. It's the same sort of thing. But, you know, it could be a turnip or something. Could be a Christmas Swede. Not cel-shaded enough. Okay. Deadpool. I mean, Deadpool would have a Christmas tree. Deadpool. 2013. What? Why are we saying Deadpool? I feel we haven't got enough for that. Christmas tree. Vibes. Yep, great. Actually, the best answer you can give me. Oh, Telltale. Telltale, The Walking Dead. It looks like a Telltale game, and they like those outlines, and he's got a dirty cap, so the world must have ended. No one has a dirty hat unless the world has ended. Telltale, The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead. There's so many. There's so many. Telltale Season 1. Is Christmas in the second one? I don't know. It is, yeah. Telltale The Walking Dead Season 2. Because his hat's dirty, you understand. Fuck off. Okay. What video game has glowing light? Although, actually, it's not just glowing lights, because there's these little shapes as well. What video game has glowing lights and little shapes? Moon? What, Moon Remix Adventure? You don't mean that at all. You're just saying Moon. Tetris Effect. Could be. Yeah, why not? Tetris Effect. WarioWare. I don't think so. I don't think so. Tetris Effect. Nothing wrong with saying Moon? No. It did confuse me, but you're well within your rights to do that. Oh. Oh, it hasn't helped me at all, but it gives us way more information. We've got Pots in a Shed. Moop. Undertale? No. 100% no. Should I add my own name as a banned word? I think it would raise morale. Not yours, obviously, mine. Not Celeste. You gotta... Celeste is all on, like, a 2D plane, right? It's like Mario, whereas here you've got not perspective per se, but this is nearer. This is further from the camera, and this is nearer to the camera. You have to imagine your character can walk up and down the screen. Not that I know what it is. This is also Boxing Day, so I don't know if that's going to affect their choice or anything, but like that's in the mix as something you can know and consider. Why is the moon in the floor? It's not the moon. It would be a fairy or something. It's a Zelda fairy. Quite a few games have lesbians in it now. Not enough. I think the number could go higher. It will go higher. Wii Sports. No. Also, I had previously thought these shapes were part of a particle effect that was connected to this light, but now it looks like that's just what the floor looks like. Enter the Gungeon is top down. Yeah, this is a side on. I'd almost think it's like that's a view that a lot of like adventure games like. Fez? Although no, Fez is a single 2D plane, right? Dart. This doesn't, and that's what I'm saying. I'm contrasting pure side on with what is that called? Where like it's kind of side on, but you could walk down and up, and there'll be a horizon point you can't walk above, and so on. Like in fact, Undertale. Undertale lets you walk up and down, and that kind of gets confused about whether you're looking down or it's got a really, really ambiguous, constantly fudged perspective. No, isometric is where you're seeing like a grid as though it's been like tilted 45 degrees and then you've gone up 45 degrees. Habbo Hotel kind of vibes. We're on Habbo Hotel hours here. I haven't got a clue on this. It doesn't even quite remind me of anything. I haven't got a clue. Thrust stage? No, I don't think you can analogize staging to video game perspectives. Carpet world, guess anything. Let's put in carpet. Do you know, it doesn't like any video games contain the word carpet. That's huge, actually. Yeah, but I don't like putting in, you know, it's nice to put in a guess that at least feels like a long shot. It's not nice to put in a guess that you know has no chance. Proscenium Arch? Yeah, I've never heard of that. Something that it could be. It can't be this, I think, but I'm going to put in Fez because the art style reminds me of Fez. I haven't got a clue. This is giving me nothing. Cannon fodder. I'm going to put in cannon fodder from 1993. Who's this? Oh, is it One Shot? I've never even played One Shot. I've never played One Shot, and I've seen only one screenshot of it. This is the one I can do. Oh, hello. I don't know what this is. Do you think this is a mountain, a mushroom, a hat, an egg, or something else? It's spotty like a mushroom. If this was a mountain, the spots would look strange. Super Mario World? I don't know, the mushroom's very pointy. I've played Super Mario World and the mushrooms aren't pointy like this. But it doesn't remind me of anything. Could be a tent. But the spots though, the spots. That's an egg? It's pointy though. Very blue cheese. Yeah. Very, well, cheese can get quite pointy. A tent for a clown. Yeah. Eggy the clown. Dizzy the egg clown. Squeg. Fine. I accept that utterance. Let's try Super Mario World. It does look like it could be there. Super Mario World 1990 for the Super Nintendo. The spots, though, the spots feel like they're part of a uniform pattern. Makes me think it has to be mushroom. Oh. Oh. I don't know. That's the short answer. Yeah. That's a mushroom. This up here, this pipey looking thing is probably some organic thing. And then this here as well, these vines. And also, this looks like it could be someone. I mean, it's probably a plant, but that could be the edge of a player character, you know? Someone made and released, maybe this year, a pixel art flower-themed Metroidvania that looks like this, but I just don't know the name of it. Super Metroid? I don't think so. One thing that seems off for almost anything really is that the background is completely black. There's no background to speak of here. It's just mushrooms in a void. That particularly makes it hard to place. When would mushrooms float in space? It just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen in nature. Doesn't happen in the imaginations. That's not quite true. I can imagine a mushroom in space. But without this image, I never would have thought to do so. The Final Fantasy spin-off? Final Fantasy spin-off, which features mushrooms in a void? I don't think there are any. Romancing Saga could have it, though. The colours feel SNES. I don't disagree. Do you know what really does feel SNES? This dithering pattern here of 3D shapes. But I don't know, at the same time, it also feels like more recent pixel art. Have we ever had Shovel Knight? We had Shovel Knight on here? Is it like a Mushroom Knight? Who are you? Who are you? It was the player character. The player character, is this Alex Kidd or something? Who's he? Is it the Shinobi Brothers? Is he throwing like a hard sweet in a wrapper at something, or is he... What's happening in this? Is it like Goemon or Dream? Yeah, Dream. There's lots of things with Dream in it, but let's look through them and think about them. Not Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Dark Pictures. I think it'll be someone in Dreamland, you know? This isn't NES, just to be clear. NES can't run this many colours. This must be SNES. Or, you know, maybe Master System, although I'm not sure. Mario Luigi, Dream. Not getting anything clean here. Kid Chameleon. I don't think so. I'm not going to say no outright, but I don't think so. Isn't there... Could it be Goemon? Oh, he's not even on here. Okay, I guess there's just a lot of stuff left out. There was a Sega game about a kid who's in a dream place. What was he called? Was he Alex Kidd? Little Dream Nemo Dream Master? Is that something you thought it was? Do you think it's this? It is. Yeah. Well done. Mushroom Forest, huh? All right, thank you for that. All right, we've done the dulls. Oh, LNDM in the chat. Little Nemo Dream Master. Yeah, well done, Robot Cooper. Huge. A big victory. All right, I'm going to take 5. I'm going to refresh my drink. And then when I come back, why don't we play a game? And by we, I mean me. But I hope you'll, you know, hang out and speak with me. Thank you for your help with the dulls. The time is now 16:51. I am Sean Morley. I am about to make myself a cup of tea, look out of the window, count to 20, and then I will return. See you soon. Goodbye, and preemptively, hello. Hello, everyone. Are we still here? How's everyone doing? I want to look at this again because I haven't read all the new suggestions. Before Christmas break, I made this webpage, SeanMall.com. Sean Mall. Because it claimed to be a mongoose, I think. I made this webpage with the idea being that people could submit ideas for things that they would like me to stream in the future. And I thought that was a good idea on its own, but I feel like coming up soon with the new year, I'm going to figure out some commitment for when, where, and why, and under what restrictions I'll fish ideas out of here and commit to doing them. And I know that the meta on Twitch at the moment is sub goals, but I've never really understood them. I think the idea of wanting to grow the channel and get more people interested is sensible. But I've never understood how Strub goal, because people do subathons and stuff, but I've never understood how they work to grow a channel. Because if you've got, say, X amount of people watching the channel, and they're mostly all subbed anyway, how do you materialize new people through that? So part of me wants to think, well, I'll just make it like a subscription goal. And if we hit it, then I'll fish one of these ideas out based on votes. I thought subathon something to garner as much money as possible. I always thought that if you wanted money, you'd get donation. You'd do tip goals. Because if you get subs, most of that goes to Twitch, right? Doesn't half of every sub go to Amazon? So I always thought subs were about trying to get more people who are subscribed and therefore will probably watch. Donations add time. I don't understand it. I don't really understand it. The thing is, all of my friends who are streamers kind of just don't care. They're kind of a bit like me. So whenever I see that there are trends or ways of doing things on Twitch, they're always over there. They're always something that other people are doing that I just don't understand. Most of the stream ideas are just going to be Harry Hardy's bum. They're pretty varied, actually. Quite a lot I like. Gifting subs, I guess, and then you've been gifted a sub, you're more likely to watch a channel. I can understand how that could work. It's never worked on me, to be honest. This is like learning a new language. Yeah, and I've been here for years, Shaz, and I still don't really follow it. Hello, bird. Well, what I'm toying with is we'll set a sub goal. And if a sub goal is met, then I have to pick one of the top 5 most voted ideas from this. Have you thought about dual streaming to YouTube? I found you through YouTube. Do you know what? I have, Zap. I have. I was very down on it for quite a while because I've watched a few streamers who were dual streaming. But then I've often, I guess I had bad luck because I've watched streamers who were dual streaming to YouTube and talking to the YouTube chat, and I was in the Twitch chat, and none of us were being acknowledged. And I'm like, oh, one group is the group that I really, it's like you've gone to see a band, and one group is inside the arena with the band, and then one group is behind a sheet of glass looking at the people, looking at the band. And that 2-tier system felt mad to me. But I guess if I'm upfront about it and I just restream to YouTube and there's some way of me pinning in the YouTube chat, I just don't even look here. You can just look in, but I don't even know you exist. I mean, I guess that's what they do with theaters, right? There's loads of plays now that get live streamed out to cinemas. And it probably wouldn't be hard for me to just click a button and send it to YouTube. I can't see it hurting me. Maybe that's something I'll do. And overall, I think channel growth's a good thing to have in mind, but really it's like a way that ekes out how often I'm obligated to this thing as well. So I was thinking, yeah, I'll set a sub goal with, obviously a view to, if I just think that's a mad delimitation, I will sack that off and pick something else. But I'll set some kind of sub goal, and if it gets met, because you know what, it would be great to get to partner. I know I'm not really anywhere near it for average viewers, but if there's anything I should be aiming towards, it's to build average view counts higher to get to partner. Because then when you're at partner, you just get some nuts and bolts and better benefits from Twitch. You can have 2 different chat sources, but you can't show chats on screen. I mean, I think I could show 2 separate chats on screen, but just for screen real estate is so finicky to get right for everything you might want to do. I quite like how things look now. And I think the amount of noise, especially compared to how it was before when I had 17 competing features, I think I've finally gotten to a kind of aesthetic steadiness that I think isn't nauseating. And I'm not overlaying a secondary chat to YouTube where there'll be never more than 5 people whose message is like permanently up there. And I don't even know how to moderate on YouTube. I don't know how to like delete. I have to learn how to like remove bots or something. I might just have that as a one-way no man's land. But that's my plan. That's my, hopefully it's less of a dark pattern if I just tell you what I'm doing and what my intention is. And so if we hit that goal, then I will be obligated to do one of the top 5 most voted ideas. But I will warn people, I'm going to come up with some veto rules as well so that no one can, for example, here's a stream idea, Sean shoots himself in the head and dies. And I don't want to be there scratching my chin being like, they've really got me there. How do I do that and not die? So here, let's read what we have. At the very, very top is a puzzle game with Jambud. I mean, that's ideal for me. Lovely. Get Jambud on and we'll do a puzzle. I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm thinking, but I've got one in mind. It's that very plausibly it's going to be number 1. Molecraft Season 2 requires a lot of thought. I'm not against doing it, but I don't think I could ask someone to put in the amount of work that Mono put in on Season 1. And I don't think we'll really get the amount of player engagement given that the first season happened in the middle of lockdown. But I'm willing to think about it. Then we've got Sean talks about farting for 2 hours. This is where it becomes stuff I don't want to do. I don't want that. Twitch plays Ableton. Sean can't see the screen, but chat can. I think it'll be cacophonous and kind of a waste of time, but I don't object to it on principle. What's Ableton? Ableton is a digital audio workstation. It's a thing you make music on. Sean Moore Game Jam, another possible yearly event like Fishmas. I don't think it's a bad idea. However, I did do a game jam before, and no one sent me a game. And I did it on a very, very simple... I did it on a text adventure-based, very, very beginner-friendly markup kind of language. And literally no one finished their game. But I'd be happy to do another one. I don't mind that. Sean explores Zero View YouTube. I do this all the time anyway. Happy to do it again. Twine. No, it was Inkle or Ink. Or is it Inky? Inkle is the studio. Inky is the executable. And I think Ink is the language. I'm a big fan of Ink. And Inkle, I guess, by extension. A relaxing stream after a long week where everything is okay. It's been busy and none of us have slept, so let's just keep it casual and chill. The moment that ends up in the top 5. Obviously, I'm picking that. That's like nice and easy for me. Gazillionaire, 1990s business strategy game in space, littered with many different weird little guys. Sean Morley's Big Cow. I voted for this one. Join Sean Morley on his quest to find the biggest cow. I mean, I'm quite happy with that one. Sean Morley's Sin Big. Sean Morley attempts to become the most sinful man alive. Move over Satan. Sean Morley's here and he's ready to defy God. I'm not going to vote for that. but I wouldn't be too unhappy if that gets up to the top. Sean Morley's idea auction. Sean auctions off ideas he isn't willing to follow through on to the highest bidder. The winning bidder must then follow through on that idea and report back to the auction house. It's mad, and I like that idea. Mall Vision. I want to see Mall Vision, as in mall POV from a head-mounted camera, ideally a mobile phone or connected to a mobile so chat could observe Mall doing something IRL. Not thrilled with that one. Sean Morley's Anchoritic Life. I voted for this one. Sean Morley has been bricked into a little room and has vowed to never leave. What wacky hijinks will he get up to in there? That one suits me right down. I'd love to be an anchorite. Burger playthrough. An elevator pitch is not necessary for this idea. Burger is a Japanese language only 1999 PlayStation 1 McDonald's franchise simulator. Wiki Racing Year 2. Wiki Racing Year 2 Red Bull would sponsor this. I'm more than happy to do this. Sean reenacts a movie from memory. Sean sets a timer for the runtime of a feature-length beloved movie and has to recreate it as best it can in that time. Votes 3. I'd do this. I think it would be a lot of work. I'm willing to do that work. Clam Chowder Tuesday. Sean makes clam chowder in a bread bowl to celebrate it being Tuesday. Now, I wouldn't eat the clam chowder because I'm a vegetarian, but I would do this. I think I'd refuse to pay for the clams. But we can work around those restrictions. Sean Morley and the Wolf. Sean Morley has acquired a wolf. They must now learn to live together in harmony. As you can see, I voted for that one. Very happy to do that. Sean Morley, Man with Shovel. What has Sean Morley buried this week, and can you find it and dig it up? Then we've got The Big Poo. Sean Morley attempts to get as many people as possible to poo simultaneously as a protest against the price of bread. That seems like it's helping me to add structure, the bread protest, but I think conceptually and practically that's making my life harder. 3-hour-long comedy show about farting. A 2-hour fart show is painful. What happens at the 3-hour mark? Now, this is probably my least desired one. You also don't want this. I don't know. I think Harry's gone, but like to people like Harry, just think you don't actually want this. You want the humor of it being voted for. Is there 3 hours in farting? There's not even half an hour in farting. There's not even 10 minutes in farting. Farting's one and done. Sean Morley's Meta Jigsaw. Sean Morley mixes things up and forms them into a jigsaw. Don't know if there's a stream in that. I don't like that one. Sean Morley gets small. Sean Morley gets as small as possible and then tries to get smaller. The second half of that idea is where I start to laugh a lot. But I'm not yet small enough. That's pretty good. Downcycling. Each week, Sean Morley takes an object and makes it functionally worse and less valuable. I'm willing to do that one. I haven't quite got it figured out what that would be. Sean Morley's Big Shoe Experience. Sean Morley lives the one big shoe lifestyle and gives weekly updates on how that's going. So some of these don't seem like streams. They seem like featurettes that would just update during streams. And I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I do think it would fuck my life. Like, it would fuck my life up. I think you'd get like issues walking around with one big shoe. That also means that am I allowed to even wear a shoe on the other foot? Like, I don't know. Wouldn't I get problems in my ankle or something? I don't know. Let's just hope it doesn't get to the top. Punch and Judy Show. Sean writes and performs a reinvention of Punch and Judy Show for a modern online audience. I can do that, but Punch and Judy is principally a show about domestic violence. So I think I'll have to have quite a liberal interpretation. Maul. Sean plays the card game Mao against chat members. In Maul, Sean has to guess the rules about which card can be played next with the aim of emptying his hand. Playing a card that contravenes the rules forces Sean to draw a penalty card. Rules are suggested by chat and pulled from the randomizer, being visible to chat, who can determine whether a rule has been broken, but not to Sean, who must guess and successfully implement the rules until emptying his entire hand. There is no limit to the scope of the rules. This I'm probably the most scared of. Conceptually dense, dizzyingly wide in scope, while also being too confusing to pitch and explain to be like clearly exciting to chat. I think this possibly is my least. I'd rather talk about farts than this one. Sean Molly's bananas in your eyes. Sean Morley convinces you to put a banana in your eye. In brackets, do not put a banana in your eye. Sean Morley's let's recategorize the moon. What even is a moon? Do you find the moon's category to be boring and insufficient? Well, let's bring that. Let's bring what even is the moon back to the table. What a sentence. Well, let's bring what even is the moon back to the table. Maybe it's time to ban the moon. Tune in to find out. Sean Morley's top nun. Join Sean Morley. Sean Morley's top nun. Join Sean Morley in ranking the greatest nuns of all history. God Emperor Sean Morley. Become worm and follow the golden path is also a celebrity pop culture quiz. Slop motion animation. Sean makes a slop motion animation live on air. The clump off. Competitors align and each one must play a distinct characters acting against themselves. Must play a group of distinct characters acting. Does that mean... Oh, yes, I've talked about this. It's about whether people can clump. So clumping, I forgot this is like an offhand thing I said years ago. I was saying that any actor worth their salt with regards to versatility should be able to clump, i.e. should be able to play every member of a family distinctly in a conversation. Can I clump? I'd need some warm-ups, you know? I'd need to get back into the clump mindset. If you had asked me this in 2018, I could have clumped with the best of them, but I haven't quite got the chops to clump, but I could regain my chops. Yeah, Bird, you're right. Sean Morley's flower baby. Sean Morley will design and adopt a flower baby, keeping it alive for as long as possible with weekly updates. Now, that's not really a stream, that's like a featurette. I guess I'm not against that on principle. Budgie hell. Sean Morley has acquired 10,000 budgies and must now live with that. Hijinks expected. Are these streams? Do people think with this they could just ruin my life? Like my off-air life? I don't even understand this one. Multiplicity. Mall A plus Mall B must find Mall E. Oh, it's a pun on my name, I guess. But then what do I actually do in the stream? Sean Morley's I can build a helicopter. Sean Morley knows how to build a helicopter. Sean Morley will build a helicopter. Sean Morley does not need to look up how to make a helicopter. Sean Morley can build a helicopter. It doesn't give me a lot of raw materials to understand what I'd be doing for 2+ hours. If you gave the flower baby a name, you'd get too attached to it and it would be a disaster. It's not a disaster to get attached to things. Having attachments to the world is what makes us alive. Sorry to any Buddhists in here, but actually becoming attached is nice. It connects you, it roots you to reality. I don't think I have the budget to get 10,000 budgies, right? How much would it cost to buy 10,000 real budgies? Sean Morley's next generation game. Sean Morley brings back the generation game, but this time... Sorry, some of these sentences aren't easy to pass when you're reading aloud. Sean Morley brings back the generation game, but this time it's next with co-hosts Marina Sirtis. I think it's Sirtis. Marina Sirtis and Worf. I love how one person is an actor and the other one is the character. That's funny. Sean Morley, how many of these are there? Sean Morley, redistributor. Sean Morley advises rich people on how they can redistribute their wealth to the poor, while also trying to steal as many of their things as possible. Sean Morley is buttered up. Each time Sean is given a compliment, more butter is applied. Can you get Sean all buttered up? You have to praise that one for having like a concept and a theme that all works together. It's not just like two unrelated ideas welded together like I'd say 90% of these are. This one makes sense. I don't want to do it at all. I don't think it would be good. It's very one note and I'd make a real mess and I'd probably ruin something, clothes or the chair or my keyboard or something. Something's not going to go nice. Sean Morley's creative commotion. Sean Morley and colleagues, using public domain stock footage and audio, create short pieces of audio-visual art linked together by a common theme. I mean, that's fine. That's just a nice creative stream. Morley-impic games. Teams of competitors are challenged to compete in a range of categories and games to become the Morlympic champions. That's fine. I can't picture what it is, but I guess that'll be my problem. And Justice for Maul. Sean Morley is on trial and now you must decide his fate. I feel like that's every stream anyway. That's like every stream I've ever done. Winner, winner, chicken spinner. Who will win on the chicken spinner? Again, a lot of the creative work being offloaded to me if that ever gets to the top. And now, because I'm sensible, I'm going to refresh this page and just see if anything's changed. Oh, no one's added anything during this. I thought some people would learn that it existed and spam it a bit. And I want to be very clear, I'm not suggesting that's what I want. It's just what I expected. All right, good. Well, so the idea is if we ever hit a goal, which I'll set and announce at some point, I will then have to pick something from the top 5. That will be removed, and then a new goal will be set and we'll go from there. Hopefully that will ensure that the maddest and worst stuff never really ends up on my plate, as long as there's always new ideas coming in. All right, that's that. Gone. Even the best idea won't surge to the front at this point. Oh, as in like there's so many ideas and there's like the top one has 26 votes. So like, I don't know, in order to get up to the top, you'd need 11 votes. That's really doable. Like all it would take is for you to have an idea and then just put on the Discord, exclamation mark Discord, by the way, that you've made an idea and want people to vote for it and then you've won. I think. That's what I think. All right, well, what happens now? People don't scroll? Oh, yeah, all right, let's talk layouts. Let's talk layouts. There's a lot of information here. There's more than I thought. There'll come a point where this isn't particularly navigable, huh? Because there's too many cards. Yeah. What can I do about that? I mean, nothing really. I want people to display all their ideas. I must at some point be able to prune, huh? Maybe, how about this? This is good, because we need to get some gone. Every time, here's the pitch. Every time we hit the subs goal, I have to do a stream from one of the top 5, and I get to remove a number of them from the board as well. I get to kill some of them. And that way we can be pruning. Does that seem fair? I get to prune. And that's my reward for having done it. I have to do one of these arbitrary ideas. And then I get to prune. And that way we can stop this being too long, because it is really long. And some of them aren't good. Like there's nothing stopping people adding absolute shit here. Pruned ideas might need to go to the idea auction. Really good, Gregor. Yeah. I will keep tab of all the pruned ideas, and then I'll sell them at the auction, which means I can't prune the auction, obviously. And so their ideas aren't gone forever. I'll make another section of this page, which you have to click to see, just called like the big bin. Or, you know, detritus corner. Maybe that's good. I wait until Harry buys farting. Farting is a bit too close. Like, farting is right here. How many prunes should I get per idea realized? Because I'd give myself 5 prunes, but that's because I'm very generous to myself. I want myself to have a good life. And I want people to get rid of the farting. I think you should be able to prune up to a quarter. Do you know what? It's trivial for people to re-add their ideas, you know? Yeah, percentage. Yeah, I think Gregor's right. Half the list. I get to prune half. It's trivial to add ideas. If people want to repopulate the list again, yeah, I halve the list. Does anyone here think that can I hear any voices of dissent? People are like, oh, that's people's valuable Creative Commons contributions to the creative tapestry of the community. You shouldn't take a scythe to it. Are you pruning by votes or by preference? Just me. Just be like, I hate that. I hate that. Kill, 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 kill. Dead, dead, gone, kill, dead. Yeah, I need to take a scythe. Do you know, I think I'm a bit of a softie and I don't take a scythe enough. Yeah, and they'll be in the bin. They'll be the hall of shit. Yeah, the Dross Gallery. Yeah, you're right. If it's valuable, don't leave it to democracy. This is good. I like when you guys are more ruthless than me. I'm a bit soft, you know, in the head and in the heart. Soft head, soft heart. I think you should prove half the ideas, but we should. Yes, Captain, that's even better. I should start writing. Let me write this down. This is really good. You get 1 pardoned turkey. Yeah, you get to save 1. 1 is saved from the scythe. Let me write this down. Okay. Sean Morley, what next? Okay. Let me write down the nuts and bolts here. So there's a subs goal. If it's met, Sean has to do one of the top 5 ideas by votes. Then Sean is allowed to put half of the existing ideas in the bin. Chat can vote to save one of these ideas from deletion. That's pretty good. It's complicated. Like, it's got several little mechanisms. But they're satisfying. Thank you, Captain. You've elevated a system from mundane to pristine. That's wonderful. Yesterday, I stayed with my nan over Christmas, and she's 95, which is really old to be. It's old to be that age. And before we left, she went on a rant about how people hug too much these days. They're all hugging and they're always saying, I love you. And she finds it really distasteful. And she thinks it's because of America. She thinks because of American influence on the television, everyone's always hugging and saying, I love you. And I was saying to her, I don't even disagree that that's why that's happened. But why is that a bad thing? Where's the harm in it? She says, oh, it's just not right. Well, no, she's right that that's probably where it came from. Historically, in terms of one thing causing another thing, I think she's spot on. Where she is not spot on is that this is like a social ill that we need to resolve and sort out. This is, the kids are going the wrong way in life. I don't think they are, based on my experience. You don't think people are hugging a lot? I have to say, when I was growing up, people weren't hugging very much. I mean, I grew up in a family with my nan as the matriarch, so like, I don't know if that's to do with, you know, my direct environment. There's too much hugging. Too much hugging? Who here's pro and anti-hug? Can I do a poll? Are you pro-hug or anti-hug? Are you pro-hug or anti-hug? Pro, anti. Just Just a minute. I don't think it'll take long here to think about this. There's a poll been set up. Are you pro or anti-hug? Oh, I used to have a thing that would show me the results of my poll. And maybe I can get that back. Twitch poll visualizer. Chat, I think you must be the only anti-poll person here. I'm neither pro nor anti. There's just too many now. That's called being anti-Shaz. I'm neither pro nor anti, but there's just too many these days. Yeah, we've got a word for that. It's called being anti. Okay. I don't know why, but my poll overlay thing... Poll overlay. That work? Hello, Fluff. I'm so pro-hug, they call me anti-hug. What have I missed? At the moment, we're talking about whether people hug too often these days and whether or not it's a good or bad thing to hug each other. I had a brutal... what's the word? I had a brutal rejected hug attempt. In fairness, I was walking down a pier in North Wales, and the sun was in my eyes, and I had to determine who a silhouette was. And because I was doing a comedy festival, and comedians, as member of the theatrical class, they're quite huggy. Doing comedy will turn the gruffest person you've ever met into a hugger, just because it's part and parcel of the culture. And so I was like, oh, whoever it is, hello, good to see you. And I gave them a hug. And they were so firmly expecting a handshake that not only did they not take their hand out of the handshake position, but the hand in the handshake position stabbed me right in the stomach. They held it like a dagger. And I was like, ow. And I pulled myself away. And it was the organizer of the whole festival who, I guess, in that moment, I learned didn't see me as a peer, saw me as like an infant. And I'd really, I'd come at the social rankings of the social hierarchy all wrong. Really brutal. I think I've styled it out though. I think as the years have gone by, that's been more of a road bump than a car crash in the fostering of our relationship. But in the moment, brutal. Absolutely brutal. And then in the same festival, I had got some accommodation really near a lot of the venues. I was staying in just like a bedsit thing. And someone who was part of the festival rang me and said, oh, when are you getting here? What you know, an artist liaison person, when are you getting here? What's going on with you? And I said, I'm just on Bath Street, because Bath Street is where one of the big theatres is. But what she heard, or how she interpreted the sounds, I guess, is that she thought I said, I'm in the bath. Which, she's younger than me. And I either heard or projected a lot of discomfort in her voice of carry on the conversation after I'd announced that I was, you know, in her eyes, announced that I'm naked. But I just couldn't disentangle it. Just honestly, a terrible day, really. Absolute aura loss from me. People I know straight up ask, are you a hugger? Now that I can't do. The idea of being a hugger. What I will do if someone's close to me, if someone who I consider a close friend puts out the hand for a handshake, because I am now a hugger, I will say, what the fuck are you doing? I A joke I like to do, but that never lands, is like to just get really faux aggressively angry. It's never a good idea and has led to a lot of problems in my life. Are we not meant to announce we're in the bath? I wasn't in the bath, Funky. I was walking down the street, normally, fully clothed, dry as the day I was born. When I came out, my skin was like sandpaper. I wasn't in the bath. However, if I was in the bath and someone rang me, well, one, I wouldn't pick up. I don't answer the phone in the bath as a rule. But if for some reason I did, I wouldn't say I was in the bath, because to me, it's like saying I'm naked. And either you want someone to know that because you're a pervert, and that's it. That's the only reason. So angry and saying stop when someone sneezes is really good. What if they hear you splash? Why would I splash? They'd hear you splitting. What, splitting? Splishing? I don't... Sorry, can you guys not control yourselves? Can you not restrain yourselves? Can you not hold your body still for the duration of a phone call? I wouldn't splish. I'm always splashing. What do you mean you're always splashing? Can you not restrain your body for a couple of minutes? Everyone splishes. Can you not hold your body still for like 5 minutes to have a phone call? Everyone splishes. What, constantly? If I'm in the bath and the one thing that's on my mind is, oh, I don't want them to know that I'm on the bath, because I don't... Do you know, the other day I went to a storytelling... Not the other day, what we're talking about. It's 2.5 years ago. I did a night that was about storytelling. It was a live storytelling night. And they want you to tell a story, a true story from your life, and it's on a theme. And I told a story about something that happened to me when I was younger. And part of the story, it's not even really a focus of the story. Part of the story is that I had sex with someone, and that's something I had to cover. And I don't know why, but in the moment, I've never had this before, because I've mentioned sex and sexuality and all kinds of stuff live on stage before. But in the moment, because I wasn't telling a funny bit of the story, I guess, I really felt like I had invited everyone to imagine me having sex, or invited everyone to imagine me naked. And that wasn't embarrassing for me exactly. It just felt like in the moment, I'm like, that's a really pervy thing to do. It felt really pervy and sordid. It felt weird. I guess because it wasn't for a joke. It was like a thing you needed to understand in the nuts and bolts of a story that then got funny once I'd set up some stuff. I don't know. It just felt strange. I think I shouldn't ever invite anyone to imagine me naked. It feels unbidden, you know? Whereas if you're just talking about fucking and you're being lascivious and weird, you know, people who just think that like a pair of testicles is really funny, that just balls are really funny. I'm not saying they're not, but actually bringing up your naked body for a funny joke feels less high impact than just talking normally and then saying, yeah, and then I had sex with so-and-so, we had sex. And then the next day, because you have to be like, oh yeah, this guy gets naked and has sex. The audience is being pervy. No, I felt like I was being pervy. I can't articulate it very well. I just became acutely uncomfortable. Yeah, Red, you know what? Yeah, it's not even that complicated. I felt vulnerable in the moment because I was outside of the trappings of telling a joke. And I had just mentioned a true part of my sexual history. But it's not that I felt vulnerable. I didn't feel like I was vulnerable because people had been offered the opportunity to imagine me having sex. I felt like I had contravened some important social norm by placing imagery in people's heads. I had an embarrassing and mortifying moment in an M&S public toilet earlier that I am unwilling to explain in detail The door didn't lock properly and everything went wrong from there. Sure, I'll fill in some gaps, and I'm very sorry for you that it happened. Oh, man. I assume it was just mortifying and that you don't need to go to talking therapy. If you do, just put it all in here and we'll say that's fine. It's just brutal to be seen, isn't it? It's just brutal to be not just perceived, but known, you know? Be understood. Yeah, but I don't want to give you the anxiety complex that I clearly had. But I don't take people's normal reactions as a reassuring thing. I don't know if you have a poker face, but I've got a great poker face, but inside I'm like, huh? What the fuck? Why are you telling me this? I'm very, very stoic in the face of me thinking someone's fully insane. So that's why I can't be reassured. I can't be reassured. I falsely reassure people all the time. I spend all day, every day, telling people who I think are mad, that's fine. Everyone feels that way. Can you imagine if I told you now I'm a therapist? This is just how I blow off steam. I can never be reassured. Like when I was younger, I heard the truism that, don't get anxious about what other people think. No one really is focusing on you and being as hyper vigilant about you as you are. Like even just a little thing. Let's say you're walking down the street and you stumble off a curb and you think that's so embarrassing. I've just fallen over in public. No one cares. But the thing is, that advice doesn't work on me because if someone does something weird in public and I see it, I think about it forever. I will tell people about it. I'll take pictures. Like, it really goes in. Is British Sonic based on one of my patients? British Sonic is one of my patients. The kids laughing care a bit. Yeah, like, I don't know why, but when I say that, the first thing that comes to my head is when I saw that couple getting married in KFC. Even now, it's like, it's a crystal clear memory in my head. Deeply mysterious. It's almost like a cryptid, you know? It's a couple getting married in the KFC across the road. See, Josie, you've got it absolutely spot on. Nothing is awkward if you don't care. When you saw what doing what? I used to live on a shopping high street. And opposite us was a little precinct with a car park and a few shops. And one of the things was a KFC. And we could see right into the KFC from our living room window. And what we saw one day, my housemate, Ava, said, is someone getting married in that KFC? And we all just looked out the living room window. Yeah, they are. There's a bride and groom and like an officiant doing the vows and stuff, and they're swapping the ring in the middle of a KFC. And I just couldn't get my head around it. Wouldn't they get covered in chicken grease? Well, they weren't in the fryer, Shaz. They weren't in the oil. They were in the food forecourt. And my housemate, who just generally has more energy, was like, I want to go and check on this up close. But by the time she arrived, they were already leaving. And so she was acting like she was just going into KFC. But as the bride and groom came out, she said, oh, sorry to bother you. I'm just curious. Were you just getting married in there just now? And the groom answered and he went, yeah. Like really aggressively. Like, don't talk to me about this. I don't want any questions about this. There'll be no more questions coming. Yeah, I did. So what? Yeah, I did. Like he's furious. Buddy, no one made you do it. No one made you. Well, it sounds like maybe someone did make him do it. Imagine getting married in KFC, but having a real strong, like, if that's what it takes to lock down the love of my life, I love everything about her except for her burning desire to get married in KFC. Part of me thinks that cool. I think eliminate that part of your personality. Eliminate that thought. I can't quite see it being cool. Maybe if that's where you had your first date, but even then, why did you have your first date at KFC? Like, no one can spin me a story that makes any sense of that. Yesterday on the train, people were gossiping about how my bag on my seat next to me prevented someone from sitting down. And that's why there was an announcement about me, but it wasn't true. The person who'd booked the seat next to me moved to a free double seat for comfort, and then I put my bag there between stations, but they kept whispering and pointing at the seat next to me. Oh boy. I hate stuff like that. Because once you can tell everyone's got a misapprehension, you can't actually like stand up and say, everyone, I want to clear up a misapprehension. Please. Driver, can I make an announcement, please? It does sound like an anxiety dream. Oh, happy birthday, Natalie. Can we all say HBN in the chat? Happy birthday, Natalie. An incredible time of year to have a birthday. You've made the celebration period more dense. My sister's birthday is the day after Boxing Day, which is just horrendous. It's too close. I think, Natalie, you've got the right idea. Yeah, I never know. Once my partner Jam works in transport related stuff now, and traveling with her, she's very eagle-eyed for all these contraventions of policy and accessibility. So we spend a lot of our time with the trains getting really riled up and being like, this can't be like this. This can't be like this. But also a tiny bit of it being like, I know exactly the person to report this to. No one can tell me a story that makes any sense of the KFC wedding. Like, at the same time, I sort of respect it. The thing I really respect is it was such a drive-by. I think they were in there for less than half an hour. They weren't Japanese. Yeah, let me make clear, they weren't Japanese. They parked up, they went in, they met the officiant. Now, here's a detail I can't remember, which is if anyone else was in there just eating. Like, they had no guests. It was just bridegroom, officiant. But what I don't know is if they cleared the place out or whether it was possible for anyone to just come in. I think people were just eating ambiently. No guests. They didn't clear any space. I think they just went in an aisle between where people were eating and just bam, 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 bam. They didn't rent the place out or anything. I don't know if you can rent out an entire KFC. Was it an emergency backup venue? What? Because they wanted to do it at Burger King? Like, what's that a plan B for? There may have been a witness. If they were in the corner eating chicken wings. That's the true KFC, yeah. People still eloping these days. Do people even get married these days? I think marriages are probably holding steady, but what about eloping? Are people still eloping? Eloping feels like the way to go. But there probably aren't that many people objecting to marriages really now. No one cares. People go to Gretna. Look that up. Gretna. Gretna Green. Oh, is this the thing on the border? I'd heard about a different place on the England-Scottish border. My mum went to Gretna. So why was it? Why was it that people went to Gretna? What was it about Gretna? Like, what? Why would you go across the Scottish border? I've heard about it, but I don't remember the nuts and bolts of it. What benefit does being in Scotland confer to your wedding? You don't need parental permission. Oh, well, that explains it perfectly. Different laws. Scottish marriage law. Yeah, all right. Thank you for the explanation. Okay, well, do you know, when I first turned the stream on, it was because I wanted to play a game that I've been invited to the play test of. And I thought that'd be nice. Just play the game in the afternoon and chill out. But actually, it's dinner soon and I don't have time. So I'll probably do that another time. Maybe now, because I've been live for about 2 3/4 of an hour. So maybe I'll find like a wind down thing now. And maybe I'll go live again tomorrow. I'm not starting back up at real life for like a few days yet. We've drained Sean of his energy. Game Door for Christmas. Yeah, because it's Christmas. Because it's Christmas, we'll do Game Door. For some reason, I'm gonna hold the thing. I think we've gained a nice structure. Right, we start up. I think we should talk. We do the dailies. Then there's the thing that the main event, a game or something, and then a big question mark on this very vaguely conceived of sort of outro thing. But it is for Christmas, yeah. All right. Okay, but this can't take 3 hours, okay? We can't take 3 hours on this one. That's my one stipulation. Okay, we're gonna do guess unlimited. And I like, oh, we've got one on the go, apparently. We've got one on the go? Let's just lose this one. That doesn't count. I'm gonna put in Disco Elysium. Why is this so skinny? You can't even see all of that. Hang on. Can we make it skinny enough? No, it pushes Concord off the end. Do you know, this is another good reason not to play Game Door, you know? It doesn't even fit on the page. I'll just make the browser smaller like this. Okay, let's lose this. Gears of War. We want to start fresh, you know? Kill me, let me die. Disco Elysium again. What about if it really was Disco Elysium? Do you know? I bought my mom Disco Elysium. She's a big reader. And I think she'd like to play games. Because I got her, what did I get her? I got her a Switch and Animal Crossing at the appropriate time. And she liked that. And I was saying, look, you like reading, and she likes the kind of stuff. She's a big fan of, I got her into, well, I just think she'd like the game, but she just couldn't understand it. Like, she couldn't get close to it. I was like, okay, I get that. There's RPG elements and the way things work. I wonder if I can find you something that will get you there. Because she used to, when I was little and we had a NES, we'd play games then, and she loved Mario and she loved Micro Machines. And I think Sonic the Hedgehog is when life left her behind. That was just too fast for her. But when we played Jurassic Park on the NES, she liked that. And she could do Animal Crossing in 2021. And then Disco was too complicated for her. And so I've been trying to find like a way, like what would she like? Would she like Golden Idol? Like what's her way into like navigating menus? And then when I went to see her last year, I was like, oh yeah, I was thinking about games and games you could play. And she's like, oh yeah, I love games now. I really love Detroit Become Human. And I was just, oh no. No, you've gone the wrong way. No. You're lost. You're lost. You're absolutely lost to me. Oh, I should have protected her, you know. I haven't been a good son. Oh man. So disappointing. But what I have done over Christmas, I got her the Seance. She loved Blueprints. Actually, I have sort of rescued her. I got her massively into Blueprints. And that has helped her actually learn somewhat to navigate a first-person perspective 3D environment. And she loved Blueprints. She went absolutely down the rabbit hole on that. So amongst other things, this Christmas, I got her the Seance of Blake Manor. Because she spent a lot of time as a child on the west coast of Ireland as well. And I think that's gone down a treat. She stayed up late one night playing it. Obra Dinn's a good one. Yeah, I think she would like Obra Dinn. Yeah, I want to play Blake Manor as well. I watched a streamer play it enough to like go, oh, my mum would like this, but what about me? Don't I get a taste? All right, let's die. Disco Elysium. Oh yeah, and I want to get a Pentiment. I'm not 100% if it will really grip her, but when I was thinking about the connective tissue to get her to play Disco Elysium, which she already owns, it's on her Switch, maybe Pentiment could get her there. I think it's not as RPG-ish. And she likes Catholicism. You know, maybe that'll be the way in. Get her to give a shit. Oh, I can't do it again because we've already done it. Jet Set Radio. What's the one with Sam and Bet that's in Sheffield? I don't even know what you're talking about. I got stuck on Obra Dinn and stopped playing because it felt like my answer should have been right, but the game wasn't accepting it and it demoralized me. There were some ambiguous stuff. There was some like methods of death that felt like two terms should be like equally opposite for the death you're seeing in front of you. Back for Blood. Okay. All right. So this is Gaendal, which Bird likes because she's mad. Where you guess a game. Oh, it's like if Wordle was video games, you're going to guess a game and it's going to tell you whether you're right on the platform, the genre, the themes, the release year, the game mode, the game engine, the developer, the perspective through which you see the game, and the saga or franchise. I like to start with Tunic. That's my starting Gaendal guess. A lot wrong here. Nothing, in fact, is completely correct. However, this is kind of useful. It's not puzzle or role-playing or indie or adventure. So that rules out some very huge wings of video games. It does, but I was using your own language to denigrate you. But if that's what you need to keep your ego intact, then let it be, you know, let the record show I haven't tried to destroy Bird's brain. Let's just focus on the release year. So the release year, this means it was released... the release date is the date that the game becomes... Yeah, but what does down mean? Down means earlier, later? I haven't played this in a while. If the target game... shown in yellow, otherwise it was shown in red. Oh, that's good. So it's more than... They've added more functionality to this. They've updated the game. It's better. No, but it's earlier than 2022, but it's actually earlier than 2017. Because if the game release year was in 5 years of selected game, it's yellow. So it's earlier than 2017. So we're going Donkey Kong Country. That's the one with Sam... Oh, the excavation of Hobbs Barrow. I'm going to say something controversial here. I didn't like the excavation of Hobbs Barrow, and I went into it. I think I had the genetic makeup to find it a good lark. I will say, off the bat, it really gave the vibe of people in the south of England making a game about the north of England, and that's probably the first big way to wind me up. And people in the south of England doing northern accents to show how it's mad up north. Is it even set in Sheffield? I thought it was set in Derbyshire. I thought it was set like in the Peaks. Okay. It is an action game, but not exclusively an action game. It was made earlier than 1994. When was Overwatch made? Should we like rule out a shooty? Overwatch 1920, 17. When was Overwatch? I think you're not the first person to say something similar. Good. Well, it's still brave of me to say it. I do have a habit of when I hear northern accents and certain kinds of accents, I do look up where the voice actor's from. And if they're from fucking London, I turn the game off. My big thing, and I haven't given up yet, is Elden Ring is the only game to win the Brummie Award where it has an actor who's doing a Birmingham accent and the actor is from Birmingham. I still haven't found a single other game that has that. I'm looking forward to the Southern English singing in my language this week and then pretending it doesn't exist for the rest of the year. We just hate them, don't we? The north of England should have seceded. I'm pretty sure Overwatch, I sent you one from Veilguard, not a named character though, Funky. I'm not accepting trader. I'm not accepting merchant. I'm not accepting greengrocer. Seems mad. Where is the Brummie representation? To be fair, I haven't actually looked into the Peaky Blinders games yet. Maybe if I ever watch the show, presumably in there's at least one. Although Cillian Murphy, he's big on just thinking he can do. Cillian Murphy's Dutch in Oppenheimer is insane. I haven't watched Oppenheimer. I've just seen the scene where he's meant to be back in the Netherlands speaking Dutch. And it is insane for a movie of that budget not to have made any attempt. He just says the words how they look to an English speaker. Northumbrian can join Scotland for succession. That would be kind of you, if that's okay. Me and Jam were actually fairly vocal. We were in our own small way pivotal. Not pivotal, that's too much. But we were involved with the Northern Independence Party. We were both members, did a fair amount of organising, and we were one of the earliest people to do an interview with the leader of the party. That certainly helped get the ball rolling for them. And after the general election, they kind of fell apart due to I probably shouldn't talk about it, but it's a shame. I thought it would have been so funny for the north of England to secede and just become a separate country. That would have just been so funny. You're absolutely right, Funky. Why don't the largest land masses in the United Kingdom imperial core simply eat the city of London? NIP feels like a million years ago. They're still going. I still have friends in NIP. I don't want to litigate things I think went wrong. I think it would have been so funny for the north of England to secede. All right, a game between 1995 and 2021. I don't know, Psychonauts, surely. Psychonauts? Worth a little try? It's thinking. It needs single and multi? Oh, yeah, it does. Is it just hanging? I've never had this game just hang. Excuse me, can you wait your server up, please? GameDuel is awfully slow, yeah. It's just some mad thing Bird likes, though, isn't it? Just trying to keep people happy, you know. She's been very loyal over the years. I'm not the only fan. Will it even refresh? It normally has a session. It will remember what you're doing. 2005. Okay. Not an easy to remember time for me. It contains third person, but not exclusively. It contains single player and some amount of other game modes. And it contains action, but it doesn't contain platforming, puzzling, or adventuring. So what kind of game is from that era? It doesn't contain any amount of adventure, platform, puzzle, role-playing, or indie. I don't know. Could it be like Ace Detective? Phoenix Wright's not from a third person, though. Is Birmingham the North? No, definitively not. The Midlands? No, that's fine. The Midlands kind of gets overlooked, really. The definitive start of the South is also the end of the Midlands. And then the North, I'm about as south-north as you can be, really. Sheffield sort of sits on the sagging bottom of the north of England. Then below us is Derbyshire, the start of the Midlands. Midlands ends at Watford Gap, really. Milton Keynes, Northampton, that kind of cut off. Time Splitters 2? Let me run this through. Third person. Is there any third person in Time Splitters 2? No. Done. I've flagged it up. Milton Keynes doesn't feel Midlands? It is, though. Sorry. Milton Keynes doesn't feel anything. Feels like it's from an alternate history. Yeah, Shaz, you're right. Inside of England, people use North and North of England very interchangeably. And they tend to forget Scotland exists. Southwest and Southeast are also different country level distinctive cultures. Have we tried Call of Duty or Medal of Honor? Do any of those have a third person view though? In fact, let's at least get Call of Duty. Should we just go for the first Call of Duty? We'll learn something, won't we? If there's no shooting and there is first person, so I think it's fair to say it's probably a first person / third person combo, but no shooting means we're still yet to determine the genre of game. Time to ponder. So my history, for the record, is I was born in Birmingham. Then I lived in the East Riding of Yorkshire from like early teens. And then I went to Sheffield for university because it was equidistant to these two places I'd lived. And then I'm just still here. Although I did live in Amsterdam for 2 years. And that's it. Not a particularly colourful geographical history. That's lots. I don't think it's particularly lots. Jam has moved so much everywhere. She's lived in 4 countries, which I guess isn't mega, but feels like a lot. Sheffield is a good uni, but it's also a nice place to live. The reason I'm here is that I've had various points in my life where I've very seriously considered moving somewhere else. And each time I was like, I kind of want to stay in Sheffield. And I'm in Sheffield now, and I like being in Sheffield. All right, let's wind this up because I've got to have dinner. And Bird has vindictively put me on the game that never ends. I am quite Sheffield. The thing that Sheffield isn't just like unilaterally a great place to live. It's really divided. There's a lot of poverty to the east. But then to the west, it's just really nice. It has this strange quality in that because of the Peak District being protected land that belongs to old lords and it's all quite privatized, the city can't expand very far to the west. So the west of the city is extremely hilly, but you've got like a big city, a short walk one way, and then just countryside and dry stone walls and horses and stuff to the other way. And that vibe of being right in the middle of like countryside and a big city feels extremely unique to me of the places I've visited, stayed, seen, lived. And the vibe here is just very distinctive and nice. Not that it's like glorious and unimpeachable, but I like it here. Sheffield, I presume this was before they had this big problem of cutting down loads of trees, but Sheffield holds or held the record for the greatest degree of green space per capita. It's very, very green here. Even the bits of Sheffield which have just been grossly misgravitized, there's lots of poverty, are very green. No, to the east of Sheffield, Rotherham, I believe, contains some of the most deprived areas in Europe. And also, it does tend to be where they put a lot of like warehouse and industrial estates and stuff. Whereas there's just a patch of suburbia to West Sheffield, which is just hedgerows and stuff. And it's not all whatever. It's still very mixed use. I'm probably just gonna dig myself into a hole here. I'm just saying there's areas to the east of Sheffield which don't have... What game could this be, huh? What game could this be? There's just no way out, you know. I can see the writing on the wall. There's no way out. Grugger's right. I concede valiantly. I've very bravely conceded the point. Thank you very much for my cards, by the way, Gregor. I think they're upstairs at the moment, but Gregor kindly gave me the water emotion imbuing cards that I forced him to get for what was it called? Puree Day. I wanted to call it Drugmas, but that was not its name. Well, it's because it involved just giving an entity a lot of chemicals, you know, products, weird goo. My brain, or like, what was that? It was a celebration day that involved mixing up chemicals. And my brain spat out Drugmas, and I couldn't get beyond it. And I know you're not thinking of it as chemicals, but there were a lot of chemicals. I'd have dinner, you know. If I had had dinner, I would have been very careful about what I've said over the last half hour. San Andreas? Yeah, why not? Why not? We're really good. We're really good. It is an action open world, probably quite helpful. It's not part of GTA, and it's not a mixture of single player and co-op. And it has racing in it. Could it be a driver? Because we know it's not adventure, that's been ruled out, and we know it's not a shooter, so the only thing we know, it's an open world racing game with first person and third person. Was there a driver going? We can't. Oh, we get a one-time clue. Let's just avail ourselves of the one-time clue. It has split screen multiplayer and single player, driving, action open world. I haven't got a clue. There were many driver games. Choro Q. You know? I mean, you know, it could be. I mean, it could be. Saints Row, let's do it. Saints Row, the original. It doesn't have any first person in it. It doesn't have split screen. it's not that. But it could be Choro Q. Need for Speed Underground was open world. All right. You know, almost any racing game is first person and third person, right? Because in this era, they always let you have that horrible first person view. Need for Speed Underground. Okay. Correct franchise, wrong saga? I don't know what they mean. What do they mean by saga? A video game saga is a collection of titles that share a common theme and frequently follow an overarching story. A video game franchise frequently stretches beyond the limits of a main game series to include sub-series and offshoots. So it's Need for Speed something else? Need for Speed Hot Pursuit? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know Need for Speed. We could be here. We don't have much guessing left. Who knows Need for Speed? We're looking for 2005. Is there a Rockstar racing game? Maybe, but it's definitely not that because we know now it's Electronic Arts and it's part of the Need for Speed franchise. We're just looking for a, what's it work? Like the bit that comes after the colon and the name. We're looking for the subheading, whatever it's called. Most Wanted. Let's go with it then. Most Wanted Original. Really good. Okay, we're still in it. We're still in it. We're not looking to beat our maximum streak, which was 11 and took us over 2 hours. I'm going to start with Need for Speed Most Wanted. Almost nothing. There's no racing. There's no action. There's no open world. There's no first person or third person, which actually narrows it down. Then we're looking for isometric view or like a 2D side-on view. Civilization 5, XCOM. Civilization 5's probably handy to rule out or rule in. Okay, so it's in between 2010 and 2005. It wasn't released for Windows, which is quite significant because that's slightly unusual, and it's not isometric or bird view. The perspective that includes first person ruled out, side view not ruled out, VR probably not going to be this era, auditory a very confusing title, but I think refers to things like Guitar Hero. So I think we're looking for a side view. Or that's it, really. It has to be like a 2D platformer. And it didn't come out on Windows, but it did either come out on Nintendo or Game Boy Advance. What if it's Sonic Advance? Sonic Advance 2. Oh, they're a bit earlier than I thought they were. Well, okay. Side view confirmed by this, and it wasn't Game Boy Advance or Wii U, but it is probably a platformer, given that platform's in. New Super Mario Brothers? Okay, DS and Wii U ruled out, and it was later. Could it be? What could it be on then? It's not on a Nintendo platform, that's for sure, but nor is it on a PC. Was Fez on Windows? Yeah, 100%. Side view confirmed, and it was multiplayer, co-op, and single player. No action. Oh, but it's for kids. Look, the only thing we've got here for genre is kids, and we've ruled out action. So it's a kids game. When was Scribblenauts? Little Big Planet. Little Big Planet. You know what? That didn't come out on... Yeah. Little Big Planet. Little Big Planet. Now we're thinking. Kaboom! Well done. Thank you, KOT. Incredible mind. Let's start with Little Big Planet. Okay, we're not nowhere. We are within 5 years of 2008, but it's more recent than 2008. And it either came out on the PSP or the PlayStation 3, and it's not a side view, then oh, it's got to be either a comedy, a fantasy, a sandbox, or a kids. Kind of a weird mix. Let's go for fantasy because I think that has more games in it than anything else. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood? Do you see that as a sandbox kids comedy fantasy? I guess it's a sandbox in that it's got an open world. Adventure platform puzzle? Sean, you accidentally quickly clicked your deep voice when you said 3. It was very good. Yeah, I've set the so that I can put the voice modulator, so I can activate it very quickly. It's a hold, press and hold on my scroll wheel. So
it's very easy to press it by accident.
South Park Stick of Truth? When was that released? Was that released 2013 or before? I don't think so. I think Stick of Truth was after that. And it's side view. Bully was PS2, but I guess it could have been re-released for the PS3. I played it on PS4. Yeah, I think it won't be within 5 years. Platform adventure puzzle. Let's assume adventure because it just fantasy adventure. These are the most populated genre tags between these two. And Skyrim, why not? Skyrim on PS3 though? Skyrim on PS3? Was that real? Skyrim feels like PS4 for me. Okay. It'll definitely tell us stuff. Okay. We're getting there. So it's between 2000 and... I don't know why it's not told us up here, the range. Because if this is within 5 years of 2008, then our range must be between 2011 and 2013. We've got first-person, third-person, virtual reality. It wasn't any of these things, but it does have role-playing, fantasy, and adventure, and came out on PS3. Dark Souls? No, because it came out later than 2011. So Dark Souls 2? Okay. Oh, and I guess that has it has multiplayer elements. Single player only really helps, yeah. Ratchet and Clank? Let me think. Possibly? No, there's no third person. And I think Ratchet and Clank is third person. This contains some first person, though. What's Quest for Booty? A first-person fantasy action role-playing game. And it might not be those things. I just think that's likely. Well, it might not be fantasy. I'll accept a shooter. I'll accept a few things. But it seems likely that it's fantasy, given that fantasy keeps cropping up. Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning? Was it a first-person perspective, Amalur? I haven't played it, but I've got a... Yeah. PS3. When is Witcher 1? It could be. No, that's third person. We need to be looking from the character's view, and I think you see the Witcher from third person perspective. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic? I don't think this game tends to pick stuff. Well, we'll try it. Ooh, quite old, actually. first person now completely confirmed, and we can rule out role playing, and we can rule out fighting, and we know that Windows was definitely included. Soon it's going to offer us a one-time clue, but I want the year pinned down before we do that, because the year is the easiest to just get at on your own. Half-Wife, the original Half-Life. You want the original Half-Life? Am I being given a real suggestion? Did I put anything in? Yeah, we need 2012, 2013. One of the what? Thieves, okay. Thief. Which one's the remake? Oh, I know they were, but I wanted to check if the first Domino was a sincere suggestion. No, I know. Dishonored was later, surely. Surely Dishonored isn't 2012, 2013. No, I know, Shad. I understand. There's so much thinking required. Dishonored 2? I'll just put anything I'm told. Dishonored 2. I just feel like it would have been later. I just feel like the years are wrong. Yeah, look, it's significantly later. What have we learned from this? That it's almost certainly an action game. And it's single. We already knew that. I think we've learned nothing from that. BioShock. Could be. Yeah, it could be. It could. It could be. It could be BioShock. I think we're around the time for BioShock. Minecraft. Oh, it's 2011, but it was really good. Oh, and I guess there is a third-person view, technically. If I saw someone playing Minecraft in a third-person view, I'd sit them down, offer them a cup of tea. I'd want to have a real chat with them, heart to heart. When's BioShock Infinite? I don't know. I don't know. BioShock Infinite. Well, we did it again. Okay, we're back at it again. Just when I think I'm out. All right. It's over 5 years older. I don't like that this new explanation doesn't just give you a nice clear mnemonic for whether down means older or newer. This means older, right? So it's got to be from 2017. Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country. Okay, so it's between 1999. Hang on. 5 years away from that would mean 2000. How can these both be read? If the target game release year is within 5 years newer or older, it will be shown in yellow. Otherwise, it will be shown in red. Okay, so using that, we know it must have been released after 1999 because this is red. But because of this, oh yeah, I see. So it must be between the year 2000 and the year 2007. No, because 1999 is still within those years. So it's actually 2000 to 2007. Did Sean already forget to play Game Door? Oh, what do you mean? I'm right in the... I'm up to my legs in Game Door. I can't be extracted from Game Door. Oh, forget how to play. No, they've changed the rule. It's for the better, but it's confused me. It's an action game, and that's its only theme. Is there a God of War around this time? That's just purely an action game, right? The original God of War? God of War. Baldur's Gate 2? I think that's got more themes than pure action, right? The original God of War. Oh, apparently that's got more themes as well. All right. Well, we know it's a third-person game. It came out for the PS2, PS3, or the PS Vita. And it doesn't contain any of the following genre elements: shooting, adventuring, platforming, hacking, slashing, or puzzling. Baldur's Gate. Wow, it's between 2000 and 2005. Is there a Baldur's Gate in that time? Yeah, and it has single player plus something else, but not this specific combination here of single player, multiplayer, and cooperative. And it's an in-house engine. Not that I think that's going to help us too much, because almost every game released in this era, there's no like proprietary engines really. Nightfire. I don't know what that is, but I will very diligently type it into the search bar. James Bond 0. Won't that have shooting as one of its genres? A Jam Bond game? Jam Bond shoot gun. He's famous for it. Name Bond, Jam Bond, bang bang. No gun, Jam Bond, don't kill. Soul Rever 2, it's third person. I think there's adventure in there. I think there's adventure in that. I think they adventure around. Action to me is like Devil May Cry. Oh, let's do Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry. This is some of the best action you're going to get in your life. Oh, well, it's not Devil May Cry. Oh yeah, and they were strictly single player. And they've also got fantasy and horror themes. What's just action with no additional themes? What even is that? Yeah, I've been thinking it would be great just to play all the Devil May Cries at some point. I think I'll have a great time, especially with 2. Wind Waker. The theme there of being only action, no open world. No, I don't like the themes. Smash Bros? Interesting. Well, it's something that never came out on the Wii or the Wii U. I think no, because it must have... A Smash Bros at this point would be like... Well, actually, what? Oh, God. That made me jump. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everyone. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. I hope you were feeling good. Hello, Bite My Thumb. Thank you very much for the raise. What were you up to? And let me give you a little shout out. Bite My Thumb is one of the mavens of geek Twitch, and I was on one of their quiz shows probably a while ago now. I currently am playing Gamedle, which is a very frustrating attempt to turn guessing the names of video games into a Wordle-like mastermind style UI layout thing. We watched a CITV mystery show from the 90s and an Australian kiddie pop thing. What was the CITV mystery show? That's probably precisely in the age and time range to be something I grew up with. Crash Wrath of Cortex. Let's go over what we know. It's a game that came out on either the PS2, PS3, or the PS Vita. It's a third-person perspective. It was released between 2002 to 2004. Wasn't Wrath of Cortex another PS1 game, though? Called Mystery, hosted by Neil Buchanan. It's good to see him get some extra work. Was it good? Do you recommend it? I think Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex was PlayStation 1. Was there a PlayStation 2 Crash Bandicoot? Because the PS1 stuck around for a long time. All right, what do we know about this game? Its only theme is action. It's got a third-person perspective. Yeah, we're thinking GameCube. Well, if it's GameCube, if you want to try for a Smash Brothers, that would be Melee. Oh, that does sound good, Bite My Thumb. Thank you for the recommendation. And thank you for the raid. Of course, if you need to go off, rest and calm down, you're very welcome to. Crash of the Titans? I think we'll try Melee. I think that's a sensible suggestion. I think it came out around this time. 2001. Close enough. We can also rule out fighting game. And we can rule in the GameCube. So whatever it is, it came out on GameCube and it also came out on one of these contemporary Sony devices. You're back to Soul Reaver? Did Soul Reaver come out on the GameCube? I can imagine it did. Yeah, all right. Soul Reaver. Do you have a particular Soul Reaver you think it would be? Because the original Soul Reaver came out on the PS1, right? Reaver. Now, Soul Reaver 1, I know is a PS1. Did Soul Reaver 2 come out on the PS2? Or do they port it up or something? I need to rely on the wisdom of crowds because I simply don't know enough. I don't think it was Cube. Then I will just remove this from the bar. Let's just gently shuffle that away. Crash of the Titans? No one seems confident. Maybe I'll go 2 was PS2. Then we're back in. Soul Reaver. I will forever defend my belief that genres and themes are too vague to ever rule something out. I completely agree with you. I actually will defend genre somewhat. I think these make more sense to me as sort of rigid delineations in types of game. But the delineation between fantasy and science fiction and historical and drama and horror, these are very vague. These have very loose, fuzzy, fluffy, distorted boundaries. Something was on the GameCube and also the PlayStation. Metal Gear Solid. Because it was released as, although one was Twin Snakes. If it considers Twin Snakes a different thing, does it say if Twin Snakes doesn't exist? But then it was Metal Gear Solid 1 that was released as Twin Snakes. So maybe that doesn't help us. Let's just pin down the year. Was Dynasty Warriors ever on Cube? It sounds very plausible. Should we do Dynasty Warriors 2? Or should we do 3? Should we do 3? Should we just click? I don't even want to win. I want to have dinner. That was 2001. PlayStation 2 confirmed and Xbox. Well, no, not and Xbox, but in fact, nothing really is confirmed. In-house engine doesn't help. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, 2 or 3. Let's put 2. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger doesn't have sequels according to this database. If this was Dinner, I would have lost. I'm supposed to have dinner at 6. If we can pin down the year, I can get the one-time clue, but I hate when the one-time clue gives you the year. Okay, it's nothing locked to a particular console. It came out on everything. It's got no adventure. It's got no action. Hang on. We should have been paying more attention to this. Look at all the genres ruled out. There's no shooting. There's no adventure. There's no platforming. There's no adventure. There's no puzzle. There's no hacking or slashing or beating. There's no adventure. There's no hacking or slashing. There's no fighting. There's no platforming. There's no tactical. There's no hack and slash. It's a different kind of a game. Tekken Tag Team, there's no fighting. There's nothing in it. There's almost nothing in the game. What's even left? card and board games, arcade, indie, not really meaningful at this time, music, pinball, platform, point and click, puzzle, that's ruled out. Racing, could just be a racing game. It could be a straight, no, the racing games always let you go first person. In this era especially. Visual novel, it seems unlikely. Literally, what could it be? SSX Tricky, sports. Sports seems right. Should we try SSX Tricky? That has a third person view. SSX Tricky, but did SSX Tricky come out on the PlayStation 2 and the GameCube? Lego Star Wars, you attack, you fight, you jump. It's got too many genre tags that will be wrong. It's sports. It's sports. And now we suffer. Now we struggle. SSX Tricky hit the triumvirate that I think we're heading for. SSX, it's not part of the SSX Tricky. We're going to lose now because we don't know sports games. Madden 2003? I mean, that's a very smart idea. Madden, should we go FIFA? FIFA 03? Oh, they didn't start numbering it like that at that time. PES, Pro Evolution. Oh, Pro Evo 2014. Is that one of our... Oh, that's way... Pro Evo 2? I don't know. What about that Sonic sports game? Go football. Yeah, I am, aren't I? Pro Evo 2? I don't know any better. I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know where I am. Okay, ruled out 2002. Non-fiction, I suppose in a way. Oh, I guess no. Okay, it can't be football because the way you look down on football traditionally, they consider an isometric bird view. So it needs to be something where you're like a lone guy. That possibly rules out Madden as well, because the Madden Tony Hawk is a good one. Tony Hawk's a good move. What are other sports where you're just one guy? Bowling or something. Yeah, okay. When was the first? Tony Hawk definitely did the rounds. Is football fictional? Well, some of the footballers are real people. I guess that flips it over. I think Tony Hawk's is a good shout. The original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater? Pro Skater 4? Underground? Tony Hawk's Underground? I want to trust Russ. They've got a convincing... Russ, what a brain on you. You have the skull of a genius. Phenomenal work. You've extended my punishment. I was supposed to start on dinner an hour ago. We need to sincerely lose. Well done, Russ. All right, Tony Hawk's Underground. Wrong on most fronts. It's third person, and it was made 2008 or later. So let's just go tune it. Get something else in there. Oh, it's more recent than 2012. So it was made in the last 3 years. I had Tony Hawk's Underground as well. That was the one where they let you just get off the board and run around and then get back on it and keep your combo. All right, yeah, get your coat on, Bird. I'll let her know to expect you. Wii Sports. No. It's in the last 3 years. God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, why not? God of War Ragnarok. I'd love Ragnarok to happen. I say, but actually if it happened, I'd probably start crying. I want you to have dinner. I want me to have dinner. This is Bird's doing. Never forget who put us here. At the very beginning, I wanted to put a sniper's reticule on the head of the person who put us here because I knew what would happen. We're too good at the game. We can't play games that never end until you lose because then we never end. We never stop the stream. Okay. A game within the last 3 years. It's a third-person game, single player only. I want to see streamers well fed. You and me both. We're all on the same team here. We only have one adversary. I'm not going to say who that is. We all know. Hitman World of Assassination. Let's do it. Hitman World of... I need to make worse guesses, to be honest, but I hate to lose, you know? We're getting there. Okay, well, what games came out recently? Indica. Indica rules. Has anyone played Indica? I know Red has. Indica absolutely rules. What a game. Okay, 2024, single player only, Unreal Engine. There is absolutely no mystery to it. It contains some puzzle or adventure elements. A game from last year, third person. Some degree of adventure. Yeah, we should be able to do this. There's nothing stopping Sean from logging off and walking away. You've used my... Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2. Can I trust you that there's only third person in Alan Wake? Can I trust you on that? Funky gets it, yeah. It's the Warriors Bond. I've gone Cahoolan mode. I've gone fully bear-sarked. I'm bear-sarked for video game trivia. It's the winner's mindset. That's it. The rise and grind. Rise, grind, and have dinner late. Let's get our one-time clue. It's Square Enix. Enix. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2? The new Silent Hill was this year. LA Noire, what, last year? Come on, give us time. Publisher and developer. Third person. Octopath Traveler Zero? Octopath Zero? Enix. Power Wash Simulator? No, that's first person. And they just published it. They didn't develop it. Would it be Final Fantasy Rebirth? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Yeah, okay, great. Oh, right. God, I'm getting hungry. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Why can't I just have a nice stream and eat on time? Okay, it's a single-player game that was made before 2019. Donkey Kong Country. There's only one, isn't there? Okay, it's between those two. Then let's go with Portal. Okay, it's a first-person game between 2008 and 2023. We can do better than that, I think. But it's not really 2023 because of how the red arrows work. So it's actually between 2012 and 2018. Doom 2016, first person. Don't see any reason why not. Doom 2016, which would have been called Doom New. Okay, you've got it spot on for the year. It's not strictly single player, but it does, whatever we're looking for, it does contain shooting. So we're looking for a shooter from 2016. Now, could this be Overwatched? How do the red arrows work again? So if you're spot on, it's green. If you're within a 5-year boundary, it's yellow. And then if you're not, you're more than 5 years out, it's red. Overwatch is a great idea. I love hearing that. Great idea. Overwatch. Okay, yeah, I guess some of the characters have a third-person view, like Reinhardt. I was a big Reinhardt guy. I didn't want to be a Reinhardt guy, just no one else was going shields. Let's get our clue. Shooting and adventure. An adventure gun game. Cooking Mama? Yeah, I haven't played it. Do you shoot the food? Primal, I don't know what that is. But I trust Robot. Primal. There's no such game. Do you mean Far Cry Primal? How? 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 Will I ever get to eat my dinner? Far Cry. How did you do that? Far Cry Primal. Let's go faster. Okay. The only way we're going to do this is if we go faster, okay? Faster. So, what came out more recently? Indica, but that's not first person. What else came out more recently? Doom the Dark Ages. We'll learn stuff from that. Doom the Dark Ages. Okay, it's from 2021. It's not. It's from 2022 to 2025. It's a first-person game that has some amount of shooting in it. Concord. Okay, it's between 2021 to 2023. That's quite a narrow window now. First-person game with some shooting in it. That you can play multiplayer. You can't play it single player. You can play it multiplayer. Apex Legends? Apex, is that the right kind of time? No, it's not. All right. Disco Elysium? No, it's a first-person game. A shooting game. First-person between 2021 and 2023. Oh, I don't play a lot of shooters. A game with shooting in it. Doom Eternal? No, because we put a Doom in and it's not that franchise. Guns.
Guns.
Guns. Far Cry 5? Fine. Far Cry 5. That's 2018, though. Wolfenstein 2? Surely that's not within the right time frame. We've got our one-time clue, but I'm not going to do it until we've got the year right. That's my Morley #1 strat for Word or Would-Be Pros. New Blood was later? New Blood. You mean Trauma Center? Not first person. Do we have no single player? We have no single player. Single player is ruled out. Bullets are ruled in. So I think it's a big multiplayer shooter. And it doesn't have to have been successful. We don't need 2018. Our time frame is 2020 to 2023. Suicide Squad. I don't even know what that is. Sounds grim. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. No, that was 2024, so it wasn't and it wasn't first person either. Another raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. Thank you for the follow, Mom Sona. Are you someone who has the persona of a mom? Thank you, Geds. What are you up to? Let me give you a little shout out. Great, I spelled everything correctly. Please join me in following Geds Station. Wonderful streamer, GeoGuessr Supreme. I'm Ged's mother-in-law, actually. Well, that's me told. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't suppose you know of any multiplayer shooters released between 2020 and 2023. We're struggling against a game of games all right now. Ready or not, is that a game? Or are you about to play a prank on me? Another person with a persona. This one of a Flash. Hello, Flash. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Obviously, Geds, if you need to go, lie down, sleep, put your head in cold water, do what you need to be well. Everyone else, what were you all up to? Did it go well? Have you left it feeling healthy and happy? Ah, I see. I now understand the username. Thank you for the explanation. The finals? That's not bad. Escape from Tarkov. Tarkov's not bad. Tarkov's not a bad guess. We're looking for a shooting game released between 2020 and 2023. Resident Evil 7? Yeah, that's first person. I don't know if anything rules it out. Resident Evil Village. That's definitely the right years. Resident Evil Village. Yeah, it's weird with some of these games that are in early access for a while as well, how this will deal with what their release date is. It got patched to third person. So it did, and to VR as well. I forgot it counts that as a perspective. That was 2021. My perspective on time is absolutely mangled. The finals then is probably a good idea. Also, I completely forgot it has no single player mode, this game. So I think the finals. Has anyone, when did the finals come out? Because the people who made the finals have just released Ark Raiders, which suggests to me the finals must have had a few years under its belt. All right, thank you, Captain. The finals. All right, 2023 confirmed. And now that we have the year, I think it's good to get the one-time clue, which has told us that its themes are action and warfare. So like a battlefield? No Unreal Engine, none of these studios or developers. Now, I don't play the battlefields because when guns go off, I jump. So I don't know if anyone here who's wiser than me or with a better recall can tell me if there was a Battlefield game in 2023. Definitely not a Cold War if it has action. Yes, we're looking at an active war, not this is not a bureaucracy simulator. This isn't a failed peace talk sim. Squad? Is that the name of a game? BattleBit? Name things I don't even know about. BattleBit Remastered? Is this what you're thinking of? 2023? Is Squad a game? Who do I trust? Which of my advisors do I listen to? BattleBit is a shout. If Flash Sona thinks BattleBit is a shout, I'm powerless to resist. Oh, I should say, by the way, this is our last guess. I didn't realize how frivolous I'd been with a guess, but if this isn't right, then that's the end of our streak. Do you want to be right now, Sean? I think it's good. It's a virtue in life to be brave. Because you are rewarded. That's what Mr. Kipling used to say. Go big at home. And I'm at home. All right, we play on. There's a sub game going on within the game, whereas I'm still streaming because we haven't ended our streak, and I'd quite like us to because I'm supposed to have had my dinner an hour ago. Okay, it's a first-person game, but it's not solely first-person. It's Unity. It was released on Windows, but not just on Windows. It is happening again. Yeah, Bird's done it to us. It doesn't contain any action or warfare, and it was released over 5 years before 2023. So that's 2017 or above. No action. Does Donkey Kong Country count as action? No, that was never released to Windows. What's your streak aim? 0, Josie. My streak aim sincerely has been 0. But I'm not going to throw around. That's my promise. Okay, so it's a game that has first person plus. Let's try a driving game. Let's try like Gran Turismo 2. We'll learn something here. Okay, it never released on the original PlayStation. It either contains driving or simulation, though, so that is helpful. And it contains first person and third person, but something else as well. So what if it's a game that also contains VR and is a driving game? And what if it's Forza 2? Really good guess on the year. Not hugely helpful or anything else. And it's not a Forza game. I'm not making anything anyone's problem. Something was foisted upon me and I'm trying to extricate myself. If I've been placed in quicksand, don't be there saying, you love it. This is your temperament. I was asked to do something as a Christmas gift. Here I am. Okay, it's a single player game, but not exclusively. 2014, there's no open world, there's no action. I think it's driving. Well, it must contain at least one of these. So actually, I think it's simulator. It's The Sims. When was The Sims? Unity game might be one. Yeah, that's a good thinking. Sims will be EA, so it's not going to be made on Unity. So a Unity 2014 release that's a simulator of some kind. Now, simulator, from what I've gathered from playing the game, would count for like a football manager type game all the way to The Sims, to maybe even like some kind of RTSs. I don't know if it would count Goat Simulator as a simulator. Farm Sim. Farming Sim. Yeah, let's try the original Farming Simulator. Farming Simulator 14? That's probably not 2024, is it? How could it be? That was such a good idea. Farming Simulator 2014 didn't come out in 2014. That's mad. Okay. Well, it doesn't contain any third person. Oh, I got tricked. I got tricked. It doesn't contain any third person. It contains first person something else. KSP 2014. What's KSP? What's this game you're all acronymizing? Something killing someone professionally. Oh, Kerbal Space Program. Oh, this could be big. Not big enough. Oh, we can rule some stuff out. We can rule out sandbox, educational, science fiction, and open world, and business, and action, and non-fiction, and warfare. So, and isometric bird view. It feels like this other perspective is probably going to be VR. But was there a lot of... Hang on, was there a lot of VR in 2014? Was that a thing? Because it's first person, but it's yellow, so it will have some other perspective. But we've ruled out third person, and we've ruled out a kind of isometrical bird view. Describing Gran Turismo 2 as non-fiction is mad. I agree with you. It seems to be a holdover from... If you have a football game, and it's like FIFA, and it has the licenses, so the people are real. It has real footballers in it. They'll call that non-fiction. I don't know why... I wouldn't, but there we are. First person and side view? Could be. That's a very strange set of perspectives. A sim. 2014 sim. It could be a racing sim. I feel like we've ruled out the biggest space sim, the biggest farming sim. And it probably has single player and... Do you know what? The single player and multiplayer aspect suggests that it might have driving in it. Because I can't imagine how you multiplayer like The Sims or Farming Simulator or whatever. Alien Isolation? I don't think so. When did Factorio come out? It's not a bad shout, but there's no isometric bird view. I think that would count that as isometric. Right? Yeah, of course. Driving games have third person as standard. I must ponder. No, and I guess they'd count that as science fiction as well. A battle simulator, well, like Age of Empires or something. Like, oh, Richie's Plank is a real thing. Richie's, no, it's not. I'm gonna get a one-time clue. VR chat, it's VR chat then. It was made by VR Chat Inc. So kind of a big clue there. Right, let's start with VR chat. Okay, it didn't come out on Windows. That's usually quite a big clue. Yeah, that's the biggest, easiest, simplest clue I've ever received. Very grateful for it. Okay, came out between 2009 and 2014. God of War PS2? All right. God of War PS2. Oh, God of War 2. They'll probably put numerals in. Okay, 2008 to 2013. And it's a single player mode. It didn't come out on PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PS Vita, or Windows. And it's not first person, there's no VR, and there's no third person, which means that the most likely is that it's a platformer side view, or it's a top-down isometric game. I'm going to put in... I was going to put in Civilization, but that definitely came out on Windows. Got to try a Nintendo? Yeah. So a Nintendo platformer from around this era. New Super Mario Brothers Wii? Super Mario Galaxy is third person, which is ruled out. New Super Mario Brothers 2? That's 2012. Side view confirmed. Nintendo 3DS ruled out. But it seems very likely that it's a platformer. But it's not Mario. So, platformer games in this era. Oh, and Nintendo didn't publish or develop, so it's not even in the Nintendo ecosystem. Scribblenauts. I could do. Why do I feel sad for the 3DS? Well, they shut down the eShop. It is sad. Scrib is on PC. Okay. I love that you're so familiar with Scribblenauts, you call it Scrib, like you're in the Scribblenauts subreddit. Check out the new Scrib update. Can we get Fs in the chat for the 3DS, please? Gone too soon. Braid? Oh. Geds is thinking. This is big brain hours. Let me think it through. No, Braid's definitely on Windows, though. A mobile game? Not necessarily. What would it be on? Could be a GameCube exclusive. Could be an Xbox exclusive, although how many of those were there? A game that wasn't made by Nintendo, but wasn't GameCube exclusive. Maybe those exist. Side view. An Oddworld game? Would have been on PlayStation. They were PlayStation. Twin Snakes? That's not got a side view. Flappy Bird. This is the time for Flappy Bird. Just mobile game. Yeah, well, I think we'll learn something from putting Flappy Bird in. Yes, Android and iOS. Single player only, not arcade, whatever that means. Side view. Android and OS are the only platforms that have shown up. Angry Birds. I mean, if that's the direction we're going in, yeah, if we're going down the bird apps, the original bird apps. It's not, but it wasn't not too bad of an idea. There's no puzzles, there's no strategy, it's not indie, not arcade. I'd love to pin down this year, and if we can, then I'll do the one-time clue. That will fill in one box for you. But I always think it's such a shame when it gives you the year, because that's the one you can almost always whittle down yourself. It's a waste. Cut the Rope. Yes. No, because Cut the Rope was Windows, right? That was like a browser game. Super Meat Boy? That's definitely on Windows now. What games are on Windows Phone? I don't know. What did mobile gaming look like in 2010? That's just when I finished uni. What was on phones then? What did a phone look like? What's on a phone? Roblox. Where's my water? Fruit Ninja. Yeah. Fruit Ninja's the kind of thing we're thinking about, right? Fruit Ninja. 2010. We've isolated it down to 2010. That means we can do the one-time clue. It was made by Fancy Force. I've never heard of Fancy Force. I think they'd call Plants vs. Zombies an isometric bird view. Can't believe we're on an 8 streak. Can't believe I'm still in game door. I'm waiting, Flash. Hands are off the controls. I'm waiting on your instructions. Yeah? You know about Fancy Force? Yeah, Flash knows this one. FKTO in chat. Happy Wheels? I've never even heard of it. Happy Wheels. Are we ready? What is it? What is Happy Wheels? What is this? Oh, it's very 2010. 2010 is here and it wants its unnecessary gore back. The cultural shadow of Newgrounds cannot be overstated. Okay. Listen. I was supposed to have stopped streaming about an hour ago so I can have tea. And I said I'd play one game of this. A game which I had said previously, well, never play again because it doesn't end if you're doing well. So all I can do is play sincerely but quickly. So we're going quick now. Happy Wheels. Is it Happy Wheels? Happy Wheels. It's a single player game and it came out 2015 or later. Let's do Tunic. We're actually quite close here. Okay, so it's a puzzle role-playing adventure indie that came out between 2011 and 2021. Unity, isometric bird view, Pillars of Eternity. Not quite, but we're getting there. It's not strictly isometric bird view, but it is quite close. Oh, but it's between 2020 and 2021. It's between 2020 and 2021. When did Pillars of Eternity 2? No, it would say if it's part of the same franchise. Hades. Action, puzzle, adventure, indie. Hades. Yeah. Yeah, why not? I mean, pretty good. You've got to say, pretty good. So it's in 2021. It's puzzle role-playing indie adventure. Puzzle role-playing indie adventure. Puzzle role-playing indie adventure 2021. Hint time, we don't have the hint yet. 2021 is where I just sat and played video games all day. It was a big gaming year. What came out? Yeah, Unity doesn't help. So it's like more likely to be indie. Yeah, I mean, well, Unity helps you like rule out a lot of big development studios. It helps you like, it doesn't rule out the AAA space, but it focuses you in on indies. Inscription? I'm going to try it. I'm going to put in anything anyone says in the chat. I have to have dinner soon. Okay, one-time clue. And the one-time clue is that it's Naps Team. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. I've got almost all the information I could possibly have, but I haven't got a clue. It's isometric bird view, but not exclusively. So I wonder if you get some kind of third person or something view. Maybe you can zoom all the way in. I'm on Nap's team. We know it's not indie, no. It is indie. It is an indie game. I'm putting in Wii Sports because King of Time has said it. I know it's wrong, but I need to have my tea. Okay, it's wrong on almost every count. Although, actually, it suggests that, oh, well, I don't know. It maybe opens up the possibility that there's third person in it. Onimusha 2? It's not going to be Onimusha 2, though, is it? Onimusha 2? There isn't Onimusha 2. There's no such game. You've completely made it up. You've made a fool of yourself. I will put in anything, though. I'll put in anything that comes through the chat. The wronger the better, honestly. Jet Set Willy, SingStar Pop World. Yeah, you think? With fantasy and action elements? No, I don't like this. We have to play better. We have to play better than this. I know you want to send me to my dinner, but we have to play better than this. We have to try and win. We could beat our 11 correct answer streak. Puzzle, role-playing, adventure, indie, action, fantasy, single-player only, Unity game that contains an isometric bird view released in 2021. I should know it, you know? Baldur's Gate 3 was later than this. Baldur's Gate 3 was 2023 or something, right? Is winning more important than eating? I'm trying to give a birthday gift to bird.exe. You want me to ruin her Christmas? Tyranny? That sounds like a fantasy game. Quite off on a few metrics there. Got me stumped. Fantasy didn't come up until Jade? What? What? What does that mean? I should know this. I should be able to do this one. XCOM Chimera? There's no shooting, though. There's no sci-fi. It's fantasy. It's going to be little elves. Divinity 2? Now, this is my kind of thing. Divinity Original Sin 2? It's quite a way off. I know all about pop music. Bird told me all about who Little Mix were the other day. All right, last hurrah. Let's make it something plausible, though, huh? What platforms are even left? Well, we've only ever gotten yellows, so nothing's definitively ruled in or out. We've got a great guess here from Kutha Perumai. Yeah, I do that. But I can't hold everything into... Oh, I'm afraid that game's not on their database. Oh, no, you said... Oh, there's no matches. Zork? Let's give Zork a try, and then I can go and have my dinner. I'd never heard of it. I never would have got that in a million years. Well, thank you, everyone, for all of your help and all of your assistance, all of your company, your ongoing friendship. Thank you, Ged Station, for the raid. How didn't you know about Baldo? I was raised by wolves, I'm afraid. I was raised by wolves, and all they gave me was an Amiga to keep myself company. But they were otherwise loving parents. Looks cute. We love Al, and we love a little turnip guy. We love living. We love life. Thank you, everyone, for viewing the stream. I have to go because I'm late for tea, and I'm going to get in trouble at this rate. So thank you for watching. I need to dash. Be well. I'll find somewhere to raid us on. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Geds. Thank you, all viewers, all friends, and all members of the world. Goodbye. Be well. and goodbye. Oh. Dun da da. Bum ba bum ba 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 do 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 do. I don't remember any of the words. This is the melody. Can someone tell me what is this song? It's a-ha. Thank you. My mic hasn't been on in the game since I restarted this level. It must turn it off when it reloads the level. I could have got it right dozens of times. Because when you turn it on, it's ongoing for the rest of the level. Like, it must just reset it.